Hail and well met, fellow adventurers. Welcome back. Happy Mystery Sunday. Hope everyone's doing well. Tonight, we're going to do some Hidden Through Time 2 for about the first hour. And then we'll switch over to Verne, the Shape of Fantasy, which is like a point-and-click adventure. Kind of a pixel art style. So yeah, looking forward to checking that out. Hello, Ada. How are you doing? You got some tacos. Oh boy. That sounds lovely. All right, let's get the first game going here. Hey, Neo. How's it going? You're gonna play some Monster Hunter Wilds. Excellent. I hope that goes well. What have you been up to, Neo?
It's on to the next adventure for our brave heroes. Eager as always, they have set out for the hidden village of the Dragonlings to look for their fabled hoard of treasure. They're rather cute, aren't they? How difficult could it be?
How difficult indeed. Okay, so during the sun, we got marshmallow on a stick, apple, and I'm not sure what that is. Dragon fruit. Oh, okay.
I haven't stolen anything. Yet.
Hey, Duke. Overworked, understaffed, trying to be healthy and not die from it all? Oh, man. Okay, wow. Life's rough and tough? Yeah, it is. Have you been playing any games lately, Neo? Barely have time, but trying to get back into Return to Moria. Nice. Dwarves are the best. Yep. That tracks. You picked up Outer Wilds this morning. That's a game of exploration. I actually have to think. Yeah. Oh man. I don't remember. Did you end up watching my playthrough of Outer Wilds? I don't remember how long ago that was. It's really good. Don't remember? Fair enough. Yeah, you're gonna have a lot of fun. And the DLC is good too. There is a DLC for it. About the pack, nice. Yeah, that's definitely one of those games if you've ever heard people talk about what's a game that you'd like to forget all about so that you could re-experience it for the first time again, that would fall in that category for me. Looking for a dragon fruit. The only fruit worthy of one such as I. One such as I? Almost sounds like there's like one dragonling like by itself maybe with it. I looked up a beginner's guide on kind of how to play, and every other time was don't look up stuff past this. Yeah. Now I need to explore. There you go. Yeah. Oh, it's so good. Only fruit worthy of one such as I. On the outside? Managed to kill your character in the first zone though before I had even taken off and the credits rolled. Oh my gosh. Yeah, most games I play I don't look up guides on what's what until I'm stuck. Unless it's a real time strategy game. Or something like endgame in some single player. Sure. Oh, they're inside. Oh. Oh my gosh. All right. One such as I. It's gotta be this. There it is. All right. Nice. All right, so we switch over to snowing. We gotta find a raccoon, a mouse, an orange, And a frozen rabbit. Oh, well, there's the raccoon. That goose has a knife. Dear God. Run away! Orange, huh? There's the mouse. If I water it, maybe I'll get a new plant. If you water it. Oh, you see it? Oh. Okay. Bottom screen near the green plants. Yeah. Ah. Good spot. All right. So that completes the Middle Ages. On to Greek mythology.
Ah, the theatre, a place of art and culture, where young and old come to enjoy all kinds of thrilling stories. Have a seat, why don't you? And let our lovely performers show you all their favorite myths and legends from ancient Greece.
All right, looking for a white flower, an axe, and a parrot. And the trident, sparkling trident, is our secret objective. Huzzah. Okay, white flower, axe and parrot. Check the outside real quick. Oh, there's the axe. Where's the parrot? Easy peasy. Okay. Then we're looking for a frog and a dead fish. Fish. Easy.
High up on Mount Olympus, far above the clouds, the gods are gathered for one of their glorious feasts. Unfortunately, poor Persephone can only be there in the summer. How her mother misses her when she's not around.
That's putting it mildly. Alright, while it's snowing, we're looking for a white pigeon or dove. A green tree. Pink seashell. Okay. count as the trident? Apparently not. Tree. Be super obvious. Pink seashell. Oh. There it is. Anything else in the area that's of note? No? Okay. Stephanie. Pegasus. You still need to find secret objective, right? Oh. There we go.
What's this? A new hero to be? The Labyrinth Daedalus Maid should be the perfect way to put his wits to the test. Although, King Minos is secretly hoping he'll stay in there for a good long while. Maybe even forever.
Oh. All right, it is daytime, so we found the axe. We're looking for a white mouse, probably Daedalus himself, and a crown. Ooh. Oh, and a mouse. It's a lot of food. Scanning the outside for the trident. Ah, there's Daedalus and Icarus. Nice. Where would the crown be? King Minos is furious. A dog has stolen his favorite crown. Oh, it's buried. There we go. Alright. So now we're looking for a turtle. String. Spool of string. And a flute. Turtle, turtle. Turtle. Animals are going nuts. Oh, come on. Tried it. Hand it over. Thanks to Ariadna's thread, Theseus won't get lost in here. Ah, yes. And Dionysus lost it when he was dancing. He's so sad without it. Dionysus was here? Who's dancing? Dionysus.
Odysseus is journeying home to Ithaca and has found himself on Circe's island. She looks thrilled to have some company. Circe doesn't get many visitors after all. Perhaps after the feast she has prepared for him and his friends, he won't even want to leave.
Uh-huh. Okay, it is nice and sunny out. So, we're looking for a mouse, a bat, a wabbit, coin, coiled rope, one blue flower. Flower, huh? There's a few bats. But the one we're looking for is a black bat. Well, of course. Poseidon. There's our wabbit. Wait a minute. One of these things does not look like the other. That sheep is going ham. Huh? 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 Yeah? Huh? Nothing, huh? Wow. Ah, good. I'm glad you're paying attention. Oh. The harpies. There's no ham in sheep. You're right, but there was ham right here. That's the only reason I said. Like, I didn't say it was good. I just wanted a couple of groans. That's the only reason you make these puns. Make people groan. Coiled rope. Where are we gonna find that? No ham and sheep. I feel like you haven't tried hard enough. Oh, well then. Wow. You don't need to be a magpie to appreciate shiny objects. Is it in a nest somewhere? Or next to a bird, perhaps. Oh no, my friend is stuck on that wrecked boat. I should toss him a rope. And then Circe uses blue flowers for her magic. They only grow in remote places. Remote. Boy. Okay. Switch it over to raining. And we're looking for a parrot, and a snail, and a little chick. They've all been turned into pigs! Oh no! How could she have done such a thing? Wrong parrot. ready to go on an adventure once the weather clears up. Is he on the boat? One of the boats, maybe? Yeah. Most snails like salad. I prefer fruit. Trees. No. Brand new pond just for me. Brand new pond, huh? Pond just for me. Well, we found the snail. Munching on grapes. Of course, of course. Anywhere else that could be construed as a pond? I think so. Yeah, so I imagine it's going to be any one of these puddles. Brand new pond just for me. Alright. Well, what the cheat? What else would they be referring to? Brand new pond just for me. Oh, god damn it. The bucket of water, really? Son of a bitch.
Meanwhile, brave Heracles wants to prove himself a hero too. But does he have what it takes? To prove his worth, he'll have to complete 12 difficult tasks. Let's see how it goes.
Oh, man. Ha. Speak no evil. Hear no evil. See no evil. Hilarious. Alright. So we're looking for a green snake. Torch. Sea urchin? Gold apple. Brown tablet with writing on it. Bar of soap. Yellow club. Cow. There's the cow. There's Poseidon. Excuse me. Crab dance. Oh my. These scary humans are trespassing on my territory. These scary humans. Scary humans trespassing on my. Where else could that be? Multiple humans. Back to that. Maybe find it at night. Thankfully, it didn't sink, but it will be hard to retrieve. It didn't sink. Aha. Alright. Oh, I forgot to find the... This is going to be a lot more effective to fight the Hydra. There we go. Alright, so we're looking for a deer, boar, goose with knife. Goose with knife. Oh dear. Goose. Crab dance. Hades lost the ball while playing fetch with Cerberus. Oh, is that Hades? Oh, I see. That's Hades. Oh. Zeus was over here. Or Poseidon was over here, wasn't he? Yes. Okay. And not the snake we're looking for. I see Heracles patrolling. I hope he doesn't see me. Okay, Heracles was patrolling. Okay. The legends don't tell you this, but Heracles gave up on wiping the stables. Ah. Aha. He gave up on wiping down the stables. Does anyone remember the 12 labors of Hercules? Do you remember why there were 12? Yeah. Or that there were 12? Do you remember why he had to do 12 labors? He killed his wife and child. Or children? I don't remember if there was one or two children. Okay, somewhere there's there's a rag here somewhere. Somewhere. Oh. There. Okay, what is this? Eek! These scary humans are trespassing on my territory. Let's see. I mean, the biggest group of humans is here. Is there a snake nearby? Ah. There we go. All right. That's where we will stop on this game. All right. Next, we're going to start up Verne, the Shape of Fantasy. Okay. All right, how's the audio? Turn it up, turn it down. Seems a bit loud over me. How about there? Maybe just a little bit more. All right, we'll go there. Okay. Subtitles on, full screen. Camera shake off. Controller vibration off. Move, interact, back, open image, select inventory, run. Okay. This game saves automatically. Autosaves will take place frequently as you progress each step. Quest step. This icon will be displayed at the bottom right of the screen while data is being saved. Do not exit the game or turn off the power while the icon is displayed. (1888) South Atlantic Ocean.
The end of the nation is very close, Verne.
You are very confident about your triumph. Until we open the chest, we won't know for sure if the Compass of Destiny is really inside.
The chest is in perfect shape after 2,000 years under the sea. No human technology can do that. It's Atlantean, that's for sure.
the ship, the inscriptions, all the pieces fall into place. The compass of destiny is inside. We are going to change the course of this goddamn war, Verne. We are going to change history.
Take it to Mr. Verne's lab and start maneuvers to ascend for air recycling.
This discovery will change it all.
March 25th, 1888. Scientific Officer Log. It's a great day for the captain, who has asked me to begin documentation while he delivers a speech to the crew in the library. After months of searching, at last he found it. He doesn't have the slightest doubt that the compass of destiny is in his hands. An old artifact that, once released from inside this chest, it is supposed to guide us safe and sound to the flame of Hephaestus, the most powerful energy source in the world. The deadbolt has a complex defensive system, and the... Verne here.
Verne, quick! The nation is attacking us! Not a single Atlantean piece can fall into their...
Mon Dieu! Merde! 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 I must hurry to recover the iMac. It's inside of the armory's safe room, and wait there. It's the safest place around.
iMag, the Atlantean reality-altering device. Oh, no. Oh, boy. The iMag is a powerful Atlantean device capable of detecting fissures in the flow of reality and offering its user the different possibilities that could take place in the same instant. A first and unique prototype was manufactured a few months before the incident that caused the destruction of the Atlantean civilization. Created with the intention of speeding up construction and technological development, they discovered, however, that the iMag had a limitation. Very few could provide it with the tremendous amount of imagination necessary for optimum performance. Only the brightest and most creative minds could do so. The goddess Placia intervened in its manufacture, inspiring Atlantean engineers and providing ideas for its operation. However, neither she nor any primordial could use it, since the emotional influences emanating from them affected the flame of Hephaestus, destabilizing it. Whatever plans the Atlanteans had for its manufacture were abruptly interrupted by the hecatomb that wiped out their land, so the iMag became a unique device on Hemera. After that, it simply disappeared. Its location gave rise to hundreds of theories, the most plausible being the one that describes how several surviving Atlantean families hid it in what we know as Greece, becoming an object of veneration and giving rise to the pre-Hellenic cult of Placia, which had a short but intense existence. Go to the armory. Protect the iMag. Is there anything else I can interact with here? This is ours. We are the Nautilus! Yes!
I must hurry to the armory. I must hurry to the armory.
Map, you are here. The armory. On the other fucking side of the map. Do I go through Neiman's? I guess just keep going forward if I can. Over to the CO, just above the CO2 room. And then, does that mean I can go down from there? Is that what the dotted lines infer?
No! Blocked! There's only one way to the armory. Going outside.
Go outside?
Merde! The elevators are disabled.
We're climbing and descending stairs.
Going down. It's not the answer. It's a cul-de-sac.
That's a problem.
Gods, the Valkyrie. It's eerier than I thought. I must get to the front hatchway.
Guessing visibility icon appears at the bottom left and shows you whether or not you are visible.
Good idea.
Okay. Oh dear.
It's jammed. Oh mon Dieu! Adam and Sean, this is a massacre! But wait, these bullet wounds on Sean. There are no blood drops around. He was shot after he was dead. That's disconcerting.
That's fucking weird.
I must hurry to the armory. It's jammed. I have to go down to the armory. Maybe I can open the safety hatches from the bridge.
Go to the bridge. I need a map. You are here. The bridge is the other way. Oh, jeez.
I got you, filthy terrorist.
Do what the game says. Go to the bridge. Quit trying to explore.
It's Verne. Is somebody there? No foes here. Adriel, where's everybody? And Nadine?
The pilot has disappeared. Very likely she has been captured with the others at the library.
What happened? How is that even possible that...
I don't know. The servo radars didn't work. Nothing has worked. They crushed us. Damn Raven.
The Raven? Mad.
Well, that's not the worst of all. The captain has activated the Nautilus self-destruction.
What?
He will never let his technology fall into the hands of the nation.
How much time do we have?
Less than 10 minutes.
Mon Dieu! You are the second in command. Can't you disactivate it?
Only Nemo knows the code. He told me to protect the bridge to speed away as soon as we release ourselves. But the engines are currently paralyzed until the captain reactivates the core. That's why we're still outside.
Oh my God! What will we do?
You are the only one who can do something.
What? The only what? I'm not a soldier.
Well, now you must become one. I will open the hatches to the armory chamber. Once there, take the IMAG and do whatever you can to save the Nautilus.
But the IMAG? It's not a weapon. We barely know how to use it or what it can do. What if it sinks us?
What do you fancy more? A quick death beneath the sea or a long life of tortures at one of the nation's penitentiary mines? Move!
I'm thinking about it. Considering my options. Control room.
I still have some stuff to do.
Okay.
Mon Dieu!
Take the 2, carry the 5. Diartation of sanity. Yes. Considering our options.
He grabbed that paper with his last strength. It's bloodied. I'm coming! Armory here.
Verne, the opto recorders show that the Raven has cornered the captain and the engine core. Go there. I will open the hatch.
And what am I supposed to do?
Think. You figure something out. You're an imaginative guy.
Merde!
Okay, the IMAG is an Atlantean artifact capable of detecting cracks in reality, making small rewrites at specific moments in case things get difficult for you. Okay, it wasn't so bad. IMAG offers logical choices. Explore the world to get more options. Select one, but be careful. Not all of them have a happy ending.
Fortunately, damages in the area weren't considerable.
Well done. Now you must wait for the IMAG to recharge. If you choose wrong, the IMAG may go back a short time, but beware, it doesn't happen often. Happy rewriting? What was the... Collectibles? Son of a bitch. Nothing here yet. Central. Select IMAG action. R and T. Okay. / puzzle rotation. Okay. C to open the IMAG. Okay. C.
It's broken. I could try to fix it with the iMac.
No spark.
The electric board kept withstanding. That paper. I could try it with the iMac.
Oh, really? Release paper.
Before dying, he released a paper he was holding in his hand.
The Nation. Okay, the Nation, ancient Prussian kingdom. The Prussian kingdom, after years at war, gathered from her defeated neighbors enormous wealth and great scientists whose work allowed her to develop impressive technological advances. Thanks to this superiority, in a few years she annexed a large part of Europe to, in 1815, proclaim herself as the nation. The only one, because there can be only one true nation, and only one identity that protects the civilized human being from barbaric savagery. In 1835, the nation began her global expansion, and the Great Asiatic 30 Years' War began. In 1860, after the capitulation of the Sino-Japanese alliance and the defeat of Great Russia, the nation turned its gaze to the Golden Empire of Africa. The war spread beyond the continent, and the world of Himera suffered years of atrocities under the nation's rule. In 1880, after several years of tyrannical peace, and thanks to the technology developed by Captain Nemo, thousands of citizens finally united in a global resistance to fight a planetary-scale guerrilla war against the nation. To the surprise of their military leaders, the fire of revolution was rekindled throughout Himera. Today, the nation is led by the Men of the Curia, a select group of 23 pro-men, members of the political, military, and scientific elite. Each year, amid great displays of patriotism, a member of the Curia assumes power, but it is no more than a formalism since the nation is managed by more than one head. In fact, one of its foundations is the great power struggles between the various groups that fight to occupy as many seats in the Curia as possible. One can only become part of the Curia by replacing one of its members, so accidents, illnesses, and suicides are not uncommon in its history. Obviously, the common people have no real voice or vote in the Curia, nor, of course, do they have the slightest influence on the actions of the nation, no matter how much propaganda claims otherwise. Interesting. Down to the core. Which is just one room over. We might be able to go through maintenance.
Blocked.
We got tidy person or bomb proof. Tidy person or bomb proof. Bomb proof almost seems too obvious.
Maddie is so good stacking supplies that not even the bombs could have moved them.
Nope.
The explosions didn't affect the room.
Oh, we have to do both? Oh, shit.
I still have some stuff to do.
Okay.
Blocked! I can only use the iMag if I know the possible options. I must find another way inside.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Wait, isn't this? Last action.
Before dying, he left the emergency hatch open.
Ah!
Fire at will! Watch the flanks! Come on, protect the core! Don't let them take it over!
It doesn't work. It must have run out of energy. I could fix the electric board.
Okay, fix the electrical panel by removing the melted part.
Watch the flanks! Fire at will! Watch the flanks!
Yes!
Watch the flanks!
You just don't know when to surrender. Isn't that so?
Of course not. I still have to finish your face.
The Nautilus is at last in the nation's hands. Tell me how to deactivate the self-destruction and take my word as a gentleman. I will free your crew.
Ha! Gentlemen. I saw in the penitentiary mine what "to free" means to you, you damn sadist. I will die before releasing the Nautilus to your masters.
It's a shame to end our relationship like this, but wish granted, Captain. This time you will not escape. Brothers, take aim!
No! What am I doing?
Verne, what are you doing?
What the? Oh, you must be Mr. Verne, and that thing you're threatening me with is the amazing Atlantean artifact I've heard so much fuzz.
Release them and get out! Don't move! Get back!
60 seconds to self-destruction. 60 seconds to self-destruction.
Don't be stupid, Nemo. Stop the countdown before we all die.
No.
Then say goodbye to your dear Verne.
No!
Okay. To use the iMag at full capacity, complete the sequence by pressing the current symbol before the time runs out. If you find the quick time events difficult, disable them in accessibility within the options menu. QTEs, here we go.
But what the... again? No.
Verne! I will find you!
The iMac had never displayed that amount of power before. My mind was dragged again to the bridge, an image that was torturing me over the last months. I didn't wake up until a few hours later, a time that surely Nemo felt was like an eternity.
We saved the Nautilus. We did it!
Do you think that fear, destructive imagination, and hopelessness don't exist? Captain, my take is that the only way to open it safely is exposing it to the iMag.
Are you sure?
This deadbolt is a piece made by Phobos priests. Their devices were famous for being impenetrable, forged with the remainders of a meteorite. If anyone messes with it, it will launch a discharge of an energy that will cause a deep, infinite terror to whoever receives it.
An energy that causes terror? That's preposterous.
Maybe for you, but for the Atlanteans, the power of Phobos was real enough. Do you think that fear, destructive imagination, and hopelessness don't exist?
Not presented in the shape of fireworks and sparks.
If you don't believe me, feel free to break the chest with a crowbar.
How can the iMag open it?
The iMag feeds itself with Mr. Verne's imagination and uses it to creatively change our reality. Therefore, it's a positive force, directly opposed to the kind of energy that the deadbolt uses. I'm reasonably convinced that the energy of the iMag will nullify the one in the lock.
You mean like sand and rust?
Could be. The deadbolt is a rusty key, and the iMag, the sand that wipes away when scrubbed.
Do it, Verne.
What the...
What now?
The iMag. It doesn't work. It looks like it ran out of energy. That explosion must have dried it up.
You must make it work. We must release the compass of destiny from this chest.
Shouting at me won't help.
Adriel, go and look for Petrov. May he bring the torch and...
Captain, I must advise against force opening the chest, unless you want to lose your mind. What is imperative now is to find an answer to why the iMag is dead.
If you have any theory, spit it out now.
It's possible that, given that the iMag gets its energy from the imagination of its host, the problem is inside your mind, Verne.
In my mind?
Yes, that's true. You talked about hallucinations.
Yes. For an instant, I traveled back to a bridge in Paris. I had a similar vision at the island.
Do you remember seeing something like this in your vision?
It certainly has a likeness with the shadow I saw at the bridge, but are you telling me that I saw Phobos, the Atlantean god of fear?
Fear is a narrow description of what Phobos really meant to the Atlantean people. For them, he was the destructive imagination, the one born out from despair and angst. You could also say that his sister Placea, however, represented fantasy. But the truth was that she was perceived as the source of the creative imagination, the one that thrives from hope. I think that Atlanteans believed that the balance between the two brothers dictated one's own sanity. If Phobos has broken that balance in your mind, that would explain the iMag's silence.
Mythology? You're talking about mythology? I don't believe in Phobos, hence it's impossible that it's harming me.
The thing here is, you are afraid. Too much fear inside you. Until you don't master it, I'm afraid that the iMag will never work again.
I refuse to believe in hocus pocus.
And how can you explain the iMag blast? It saved your life.
I don't question that the Atlantean technology doesn't work. What I mean is that...
Enough with the debate! We are losing precious time. What matters is that the iMag only works with you. It's obvious that your hallucinations are a symptom of some kind of disorder. Visit Dr. Cedric and get yourself a neurological check. That's an order.
All right.
You, Adriel, check the reparations. We must keep afloat for 2 days until we get to the base. We must assume that Commander Hetzel is not far from us.
Yes, Captain.
Why are you still here?
Aren't you bothered by the way we were attacked? They fell upon us too easily. It's more than probable that there is a traitor on board.
A traitor? In the Nautilus? Never. I have personally chosen each member of this crew. There is no question that the nation has found a way to decode our communications.
I envy your confidence, Captain, but you should be aware that during the attack, I found that someone shot Shun's body after his death. I believe that the murderer was trying to hide the fact that he was killed before the boarding.
God damn it. Let's keep our eyes opened. If there is a traitor in such a small space, he or she will be exposed sooner or later. God damn it!
Alrighty. I really appreciate that they gave voice acting for the characters.
Nonsense. I may have my issues, but Atlantean magic? Come on. Let's go to Deck 3 to see Doc.
Can I go check out my room? Now, oh, we were in my room. Oh, I see. Not in the captain's room. I was thinking the captain. Alright. So this is Verne's room. This is... Okay.
We are underwater. I can't go outside.
Okay, the doctor. He's way down. Well, we were down there earlier. We gotta get to the... Right, can we go through Nemo's organ? Or wait, where does this go?
It doesn't work.
Well, hell.
Nemo's organ has always fascinated me, and also gives me chills, just like the captain. It doesn't work. I can't reach the sick bay. I'll go to the bridge and see if Nadine can help me.
Think Nemo's the traitor?
Mr. Verne, don't come any closer. These carbo exhausts are quite damaged, and you could breathe polluted air.
I will, but what about you, Suni?
Don't worry, I'm used to it, and it takes a big deal of carbon dioxide to knock me down.
Will they hold until we reach the base?
I'm working on it. Oh, they must hold. Without them, we couldn't breathe.
I'll stop bothering you. Good luck with that.
Thanks. I will need it.
Oh dear. We have the Golden Empire, the American Empire, The Empire of the Britannian States. The Nation. Uncharted. Colonies of the Empire of the Britannian States. The Dragon Sea. Oh yeah, kind of looks like a Rising Sun Empire. Indian Sea. Dominions of the Nation. Uncharted. Land of Sorrow. Southern Ocean. Northern Ocean. The Great Ocean. Sea of Darkness? The Eternal Land? Interesting. Okay.
Nadine is always reading these penny dreadfuls. Awfully boring literature, so to speak.
The Valkyrie. Ah. Okay. A ship made of terror. The old Juggernaut-class destroyer, Valkyrie, had become tremendously popular in the nation, thanks to a desperate rescue operation during the 1847 invasion of Britain, which saved the lives of thousands of shipwrecked soldiers. Despite her popularity, the ship, already obsolete for the nation's new technology, was not repaired from the damage received during her last battle and was abandoned in the North Sea for 2 decades, until the Bloody Raven reclaimed her. He was going to make her the centerpiece of a suicide raid on the Suez Canal and steal control of it from the Golden Empire. The sight of the Valkyrie's rusting hull at the front of the nation's fleet shook the morale of the Anglo-African fleet guarding Port Said. But when her golden mask ripped the hull of HMS Vengeance in half, that same morale was shattered to splinters. The two fleets engaged in a skirmish as the rusting destroyers swept through the city and penetrated the canal, destroying everything in her path, sustaining countless damages, and transporting more than 1,500 Echo guards to the very gate of the canal's main control. The Allied fleet was soon defeated by the nation, and the highly strategic Suez Canal became part of their domain in a matter of hours. The strategy had been a success. When the Raven discovered that, despite the virulence of the attack, the old Valkyrie was still standing, he decided to take her as his flagship, repairing the major damage, but retaining her rusty appearance, which had proven to be a terrible psychological weapon. In a short time, and thanks to the Raven's victories, both became one of the most recognizable symbols of the nation's war effort, exploited by propaganda ad nauseum, with products such as the morning radio serial Avenging Raven against the evil Captain Nemo. Jeez.
Jules, good to see you.
Nadine, I'm glad you're alive.
I have a big headache thanks to a rifle butt, but I'm in one piece, not like this melting piece of junk.
It is still a striking piece of junk.
That's because I'm the one who steers it, babe.
Do you think they will find us again?
No doubt about it. We have decoded a radio message from the nation. The Raven is still alive and it's behind us at full throttle. Your hocus-pocus stuff only sent him 200 miles away from us. Sooner or later he will fall upon us, and that's for sure.
If we keep ourselves underwater, he won't find us.
We have been 2 days without recycling air, and the oxy-recyclers are quite damaged. If we don't emerge soon, you will discover what it's like to want to puke with every breath.
Wonderful. The attack has been more of an ambush, don't you agree? They were waiting for us. Did any radio message come out the days before? You must have seen it.
Negative. 10 days ago, the captain imposed silence at the Nautilus. Nothing comes in, neither out.
Is there any radio channel valve that avoids the primary systems.
Nemo's personal telecommunicator. He's the only one that holds the codes. He uses it for his business with the resistance cells.
You were a part of one of these cells, isn't that so?
You can bet your ass. I never had eaten more mud in my fucking life. We traveled fast through Emira, no more than 3 days in the same spot. We stole from the nation everything that wasn't hammered to the ground. The good thing about that is that I barely knew the warfront.
And then, the Nautilus.
Think about it. A toddler like me, recruited by the Nautilus. I would have done anything Nemo asked me.
Not anymore.
Well, I've been locked here for a while, fighting, and I feel that there's a lot of things outside that I'm missing out.
Fighting tyranny is a horrible job, but someone has to do it.
Yes, I know.
I need your help. You know, I need to see the doctor, and the elevators are disabled. Can you open the safety hatches?
I hope it's nothing serious, but I will give you a few seconds of energy.
Ah, much better. Thanks.
Make the most of it. We have so little energy that even seals overtake us. Gosh, I wish I was shopping in New York.
To the doctor.
Verne, you are here. The Nemiagram isn't prepared yet. Come on in. Make yourself comfortable. How are you?
I felt better before my conversation with Nemo. He's getting more nervous each day.
That happens to all of us.
What's this device? Nemiogram? A memory writer?
That's it. I designed it months ago, but I hadn't the chance to test it. It induces a deep hypnosis trance to a patient, and it's ideal to explore the blocked corners inside his or her mind, theoretically.
Theoretically?
Yes. Your checkup from after the boarding shows no brain damage, nor blood clots that explain your hallucinations. So I decided to try an alternative approach.
Hypnosis? Why?
The IMAG and you are linked by imagination.
Doctor, that sounds terribly unscientific.
Call it in brainwaves or whatever you like. The undeniable matter here is that the IMAG only works with your brain. The Raven attack provoked a trauma, and because of that, the IMAG doesn't work anymore.
And how is this machine supposed to cure me?
It will not cure you. My intention with the Nemiogram is to discover what happened to you at that island. You have told me many times that although you don't hold any memory of that episode, you believe that there is where you found the IMAG and suffered your first bridge hallucination. Maybe the memory of the events you experienced at the island holds the answer, or at least a clue that will help us to cure your malady and the captain's concerns.
A very interesting hypothesis, but frankly, Doc, are you sure that you aren't going to fry my brains?
Of course not. Theoretically. I guess we'll be able to find out about it. Relax while I finish the adjustments.
I don't even know what that is anymore.
Okay.
So, how's the vaccine?
Intact, at least. Luckily, the nation minions didn't make it to here. On the other hand, my research is absolutely at a standstill. Cholera is an extremely resistant bacteria. Each day more and more people die from it. For what I've been informed, the horror I lived in India is nothing compared to what is going on right now among the workers of the nation's factories.
You know you have me here for whatever you need. In the event I survive this machine, of course. Someone around here has told me a story about you facing the bloody Raven years ago.
I don't know who has told you such a stretch of the truth. I just have seen him once, from away, and he still froze the blood in my veins. It was a long time ago, in India, in a village in the middle of the jungle. We the Brits were holding our position in front of the nation's advances until the Raven and his Echo Guards arrived.
How do you think they have found us? We didn't emerge for 3 days.
I've been at war too many years to still believe in coincidence.
Did you analyze Shun's body? I believe I saw something.
Something that didn't match the scene, right? He didn't die from bullet wounds. Lethal head injury. My suspicion, somebody attacked him from behind before the nation's boarding, and then shot the body to blend the murder with the other deaths.
That night, he was on bridge duty, and mysteriously, servo radar stopped working. Someone in the crew is...
You should discuss these matters with the captain. I am just a doctor. My patients are my mission. And right now, you're one of them.
When do we start?
It's ready. Let's begin. Focus. Tell me about the bridge.
It's a bridge. In Paris, I believe. Mist surrounds me. I have a strange feeling, because there is someone else here with me. I have felt that very same presence before, at the island, before the Nautilus.
Focus on it. Let yourself go.
I'll try. It's difficult to focus. Everything began 6 months ago, the day of the wreck of the AES Annabel Lee.
Hey, Sharp.
Cedric's strange machine unleashed my memories, lightening the dark void of my stay at the island. The Annabel Lee was my first assignment as a scientific officer at the American Empire Navy. In addition to the war's own menace, there was a rumor that a huge sea monster was around, sinking ships. Despite my skepticism, 3 weeks after our departure, in the dead of night, that rumor became a reality by pouncing on our ship and in a matter of minutes wrecking us. By some miracle, I survived. Luckily, the currents brought me to the island. Later, I understood that my extraordinary journey started right there.
Chapter 3, An Extraordinary Voyage. October 3rd, 1887, Indian Ocean.
Where am I?
How's your Sunday, Sharp?
It's destroyed. Fixing it will be difficult. Oh God, the attack. The monster. That sea beast came out from beneath and rammed the Annabel Lee, ripping apart the hull like a rotten fruit. Why is it so hard to recall?
Pretty good so far? Enjoying your day off? Nice.
There's no sign of life. Maybe I will find someone inland. Oh, I need food. A petroglyph. It's ancient. It must mean something.
Think about butterflies?
An old letter. Seems to be written by an outcast. It must be important.
Collectible. Oh, God. We seem to have missed a few collectibles already. Fabulous. September 19th. Night and day, I could think of nothing but how I might destroy some of the monsters in their cruel, bloody entertainment, and if possible, save the victim they should bring hither to destroy. And what could one man do among them, when perhaps there might be 20 or 30 of them, together with their darts or their bows and arrows, with which they could shoot as true to a mark as I could with my gun? All right. What a lovely view.
I need something to clear up this thicket. This place is a paradise, but not a soul around. I hope this island will not become my grave.
Oh my. Okay.
There's something written on it. In this place, I arrived on September the 30th of... I cannot read the year. Another petroglyph. The symbols are different.
Snake?
A lift. A former inhabitant made it. I hope that if he is still around, he will be friendly. However, it's been a long time since this was built. It might work, if only I could find a tackle.
Best way to tie the rope is to use the clove hitch. Sailing knots. Hang on.
I need a tackle to make it work. I need to break the lock.
Yeah. New tackle. Lovely. Okay.
That's not useful now.
Well, we have tackle. We're behind the waterfall. Oh, I see a ladder.
Interesting. There's a series of marks. It could be a calendar. If we take each of the small ones for a week and the big ones for months, mon Dieu, it's a whole life.
RC was here. Letter 2, Earth-shaking, November 27th. I was so much amazed with the thing itself, having never felt the like, nor discoursed with anyone that had, that I was like one dead or stupefied, and the motion of the earth made my stomach sick, like one that was tossed at sea. But the noise of the falling of the rock awakened me, as it were, and rousing me from the stupefied condition I was in, filled me with horror. And I thought of nothing then but the hill falling upon my tent and all my household goods and burying all at once. And this sunk my very soul within me a second time. After the third shock was over, and I felt no more for some time, I began to take courage, and yet I had not heart enough to go over my wall again, for fear of being buried alive, but sat still upon the ground, greatly cast down and disconsolate, not knowing what to do. Use the tackle. Open the inventory you have. Okay. Alright, great. Remember, you can use any item from your inventory by pressing the action where its use is required. It only works with the right item. Okay. Okay.
Yes!
Okay. Bird sounds like it's wolf calling, wolf whistling at something. I'm sure this is going to be fine. Okay. Uh-huh.
I must find a shelter first. I'm safe. Not in bad shape. It could be a good shelter until somebody rescues me. These trees have fruits. And back there's a stream of water. Now I need to rest. Tomorrow, with a clearer head, I will find how to fix it.
Okay. Shelter complete.
I spent 2 days completely alone. Despite that, the island was familiarly comfortable. It was a beautiful place. All my life, I dreamed about freedom and exploring the world. Maybe that was the way destiny had to give me the chance to fulfill my desire for adventure. What the hell? I wasn't wrong. I must find out what that light was.
Flame of imagination.
I need to break the rope. But the island has changed. What happened?
There's a massive snake in the side, there's a skull. I didn't realize that was a skull in the side of the cliff face. There's a snake in its mouth. There's an elephant. A lamppost. And a torch on top of, okay. Yeah, this is different. I'm gonna go this way first. See if there's anything new over here.
There's a series of marks. But what the? An elephant and a balloon? What's going on here? They feel familiar. Maybe a dream.
5 Weeks in a Balloon, Jules Verne's first novel. On January 31st, 1863, Jules Verne saw his first novel published, 5 Weeks in a Balloon. The story describes a thrilling journey through the unexplored territories of Africa, led by the eccentric Dr. Samuel Ferguson, his faithful lackey Joe, and professional hunter Dick Kennedy. In order to find the sources of the Nile, these aeronauts decide to cross the continent, traveling in a balloon named Victoria in honor of the Queen of England, whose innovative use of hydrogen allows it to make long journeys. The novel immediately became a great public and critical success. In part, this was due to the enormous interest of the African continent of the audience at the time, but also because of the mixture of imaginary travel and solid, for the time, scientific information. One of the most famous passages in the novel describes how an elephant tows the balloon to cross the mountain range known as the Mountains of the Moon. Thanks to this first success, Verne gained the financial security that would allow him to fulfill his dream of becoming a writer. He signed a contract with Pierre Jules Herzl's publishing house, which was to publish the rest of his works for the next 40 years. It is worth noting, as a curiosity, that Verne had never ridden in a balloon when he wrote the book and would not do so until years later.
Edgar Allan Poe, Alexandre Dumas, Victor Hugo. Never heard these names before. How strange. They don't look like they have been dragged here by the sea. Where do they come from? What's going on here? Compagnie Parisienne de l'Électricité? That can't be. How does a streetlight get here? And this writing desk? Again, it's weirdly familiar. That must be the light I saw. Wait a moment. There's something on the ground.
A machete? Nice.
The stick has a weird shape, almost like a key.
Strange key.
What's this? A door. That wasn't here before. It's jammed. To activate the mechanism, I need the missing blocks. Could the petroglyphs be the answer? I need something that can help me. I need something that can help me.
Ah. Is it? I can't remember. Is there anything else down here? Oh, yeah.
I need something that can help me.
Right.
I need something that can help me.
Damn it.
I need something that can help me.
Got here. Some tools. Nice. do we need the tools for? Snaps, perhaps? Okay, so we need to cut this. Here. Okay.
I need something that can help me.
Tools? Oh.
Now I have all the blocks for the door.
Okay. Lovely. What are we looking at? 2 serpents, butterfly house. Okay, to open the door, set the circle in order. Oops. Set. Oh, I see. So what does E do? Aha. Okay, so... those two are right. We just need to switch the other two. So, oh, that's easy. Switch.
Yes!
Well, that wasn't difficult.
Somebody wants me inside. What if it's a trap? Should I take the chance? However, I could probably find inside an explanation for what's going on. And of course, It's a much more solid shelter than a wood cabin. Holy Antikythera mechanism! What's this place? This hasn't been built by some castaway.
Antikythera mechanism? Yes. Oh.
Runes? Something enigmatic they hold. This gallery could lead into the center of the Earth.
Journey to the center of the Earth? That's madness! Who would write about such weird things? Journey to the Center of the Earth was published in 1864 and immediately became a success. Oh, weird. The Professor Lindenbrock and his nephew Axel discover a manuscript in which a 16th century alchemist describes a journey to the center of the Earth. Starting in the crater of the Icelandic volcano. Yep. If anybody knows how to pronounce that properly, feel free to let us know. Following his directions and a trail of runes engraved in stone, they travel through a fantastic subterranean kingdom in which, among other amazing discoveries, they discover an island sea the size of Europe, a battle between Jurassic creatures, and even an encounter with primitive hominids. Snarglefarg? Is that, yeah? Is that how that is? Something makes me think you might be pulling our leg. Verne's exciting book was the product of a combination of his rich imagination and his knowledge of the latest geological discoveries of his time, and its pages reflect the work of renowned scientists of the time, such as Alcide de D'Orbigny, paleontologist and president of the Geological Society of France, and Charles Saint-Clair Deville, volcanologist and founding member of the French Meteorological Society. However, some theories that were considered valid at the time have now been refuted. The most obvious example is the theory that after an eruption, volcanic conduits remained hollow, and that for this reason, a worldwide network of interconnected subterranean caverns was possible. Modern science has shown that these conduits are too small and clogged with solid rock, making them, unfortunately, impassable to humans.
I'm trapped. I hope there's another way out.
Hey, there's more, There's a pack with rope right there. No. Also, is it me? Or does that last icon on the wall look like a penis? like cock and balls. Oh boy. All right. Oh. Am I gonna find a shovel?
Mon Dieu! What's going on this island? The Life and Incredible Adventures of Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe. Wait a moment. I remember that. I've read this book a dozen times. My God, the letters, the cabin. These are elements of that same story. Am I hallucinating?
Robinson Crusoe. Written by Daniel Defoe, was published on April 25th, 1719, and is considered the first English novel. Defoe wrote Robinson Crusoe in approximately 6 months when he was over 50 years old, and it was a phenomenon, becoming one of the books with most editions, translations, and knockoffs in history. Robinson Crusoe was passed off as a chronicle of real events. The stories of shipwrecked sailors were very popular at the time, and there are several names that could have served as inspiration for Defoe, among which stands out that of the buccaneer Alexander Selkirk, who, in 1704, preferred to stay on the uninhabited island of Mas-a-Tierra in the South Pacific, rather than continue aboard the Cirque ports, which he considered too damaged to continue sailing. After 4 years and 4 months in solitude, he was rescued, safe and sound, by the Duke, another privateer ship. Upon his return to London, his story of survival made him a celebrity. In 1966, the island was renamed Robinson Crusoe's Island. Jules Verne was a great admirer of Defoe's Robinson, something that is evident in many of his works, such as The Mysterious Island of 1874. Although, in this case, what leads the protagonist to the island of the title is not a shipwreck at sea, but the fall of a hot air balloon. In 1882, he published A School for Robinsons, in which he shipwrecked his characters on another island, where they had to survive all kinds of dangers and threats, such as inclement weather, tribes of cannibals, and even wild animals, with the only help of an aborigine and their own hands. By the way, the full title of the work was The Life and Strange Surprising Adventures of Robinson Crusoe of York, mariner who lived 8 and 12 years all alone in an uninhabited island on the coast of America, near the mouth of the great river of Orinoco, having been cast on shore by shipwreck, wherein all the men perished but himself, with an account how he was at last as strangely delivered by pirates, written by himself. Oh my God, that is a title. It's worse than an isekai anime title. That is ridiculous. What are you going to call your book? Well, it depends. Are they going to allow me to give a description of what the book is anywhere on the cover? No, we can't afford that. Okay, here's the title. Oh my God. Will you accept this call from It's Bob, we had a baby, it's a boy? That's kind of what this feels like. Some kind of weird working around the rules to get something done BS.
Wait a moment. There's a note here. What mystery is this? All the books have my name on them, but they're all blank. No titles.
From the Earth to the Moon. Around the world in 80 days. The Green Ray. The Golden Volcano. Select the shelves in the correct order. From the Earth to the Moon. Earth to the Moon. What? Oh. Around the world. The Green Ray? The Golden Volcano.
Yes! It's ancient Greek. The gift of Placeia will help you to change pieces of the world. Only if your imagination is as brilliant as her flame. What's this? It must be hundreds of years old. What? Good heavens! But what in the name of... But here again? What's going on? Did this artifact do it? What is this?
There's something underneath there. Can we get that?
Wait a moment. The inscription. The gift of Placeia will help you to change pieces of the world. But maybe I could fix them with this devilish artifact.
Yeah, hold that thought. What if we can fix it over here? Oh, come on. Okay, what do we got here? Go back in time, or very strong. Yeah.
Fortunately, stones resisted and kept withstanding.
Wonder what the go back in time thing would be. Oh, I took care of it. This man has an incredible vertical leap. I'm trying to figure out what the hell that sound is.
This is a nightmare! I must run away from this island. Maybe I could fix the boat with this devilish artifact. I'd rather face the dangers at sea than stay trapped in this madness.
What is this?
What the hell is going on?
There's a lot of skulls, skull imagery, and popping up in weird places.
Hours later, while I was drifting away, my head still boiled with questions. I could never imagine that my salvation would come in the form of the monster that destroyed my own ship. Scared to death, I discovered a new truth. It was a monster, yes, but made of steel.
And we're back. Aftermath of the inevitable.
I could never imagine that my salvation would come in the form of the monster that destroyed my own ship.
What a tale! If I hadn't seen the IMAG working with my own eyes, I would truly believe that you, as we doctors say, were as mad as a March hare.
Does something of this make any sense to you?
Not at all, but it's not me who has to find it. However, it's obvious that everything, your hallucinations, your amnesia, the books, even the island, draws lines that link your mind with the IMAG.
Any clue of how we can fix that?
Have you considered that your status inside the Nautilus could be the reason for your, let's say, disconnection? It must be hard for you to live together with the ones responsible for the attack that sank your ship.
Months ago, I would have told you yes, and that I hated them for it. But I understood that war is war, and I must recognize, much to my regret, that the captain has opened for me the doors of an incredible world, that without the Nautilus and his technology, I could never dream of reaching. Am I a prisoner? Well, there are much worse prisons out there.
We're all trapped inside the Nautilus one way or another, my friend. A similar dilemma afflicts myself since I began to be part of this crew. I consecrated my career to save lives, and now I'm a piece of a ruthless war machine. On the other hand, my cholera research is only possible thanks to Nemo's technology.
He's an extraordinary man, but fearful. His current condition is unsettling.
History will judge him as it will do with us, and whoever writes it will park us in the place he believes we deserve. Now, go to your quarters and get some sleep. Doctor's orders.
Doctor's orders. You think we could locate the other collectibles that I missed? Oh.
Verne! I knew I'd find you here. How are you? What has the doctor said?
I'm fine. I just need some...
Oh, good. I'm afraid that it will have to wait.
What happens?
Officer Israel, please, to the hall room immediately.
This never stops. Verne, I revised my notes. Maybe if we dig more into the ship that carried the chest and the compass, maybe we can find out another way to open it. Just in case the IMAG doesn't work anymore.
Not a bad idea.
Officer Israel, please, to the hall room now.
Oh, bloody... Oh, do me a favor. The captain keeps a very detailed record of the Greek ship's history. Please, take a look. See what you can find.
Officer Israel!
I'm coming! I'm coming! Search into the closet. Look for the log.
I don't envy her job, that's for sure. Better if I don't bother them. My presence here is never appreciated. Thank God. The elevators are still working.
Supplies and treasure? Workshop. Safe room. Oh, no treasure? Workshop and armory?
Not now, Verne.
I still have some stuff to do.
I know, but what if? What if we, we're allowed to fucking explore? More. Okay. CO2 room.
Suni has fixed this room. Her work capacity is amazing.
Okay. There was a worker up on the bridge. Isn't there? Below the bridge?
I still have some stuff to do. I still can't decode Nemo's technology to send messages under the ocean.
Mr. Verne, don't come any closer.
So this should be the library and the lab are over that way. Look out over here.
I must find some information before leaving. I must find some information.
What? Didn't they say go to the library? Am I crazy? Or did they say it was in the captain's room? No, diver room. Pretty sure they said we need to go to the library.
I must find some information before leaving.
Current story mission. Aftermath. Search the log in the chart room. Sorry. Chart. Wait, didn't I already?
And that's all the records we have about the Scylla, the Greek ship. But these are the same papers that... Wait. What does this mean? This note. Important info in audio cylinders 399, 244, and 219. I still have some stuff to do.
Sub-Lieutenant Ned Land speaking. Documentation record regarding the Ancestors' Island. This is the place in which everything tells us that the flame of Hephaestus lies in. It's not only protected by those so-called ancestors, but also it's located at the center of a magnetic anomalies area that drives navigation devices mad. And to make matters worse, the island is also surrounded by huge currents and fog banks, making it virtually unreachable.
Who's this Ned Land? I can't recall that name in the crew.
Sub-Lieutenant Ned Land speaking. Documentation record regarding the Compass of Destiny. According to our research, this compass, crafted with a mineral only found in the Ancestors' Island, always points to it, as if it was its own north. This, combined with a coordinate system, was used by the few ships that still traded with the island.
Nothing new, but what happened to this officer?
Apparently I didn't do the side mission. Castaway. Huh. Interesting. Listen to the 3 audio cylinders. Well, that's only 2. Where's the 3rd? won't let me leave. It's down here.
I still have some stuff.
Sub-Lieutenant Ned Land speaking. Documentation record regarding the Flame of Hephaestus. In historical records and legends, it is told that the Atlantean people found in the Ancestors' Island an amazing energy, which they called the Flame of Hephaestus. Its implementation allowed them, in a few years, to develop unimaginable technology. It moved their ships and the gigantic machinery that built their city and harvested large crops. They also created a system of extraction. I must record this here. Today, I have found something that... it may change it all. I was with the communication system, routine maintenance, when I locked on a very strange signal. It sounded almost like a voice, but it was only noise. But, oh God, Captain has replied, and they've been talking like he understood that horrible sound. It seemed like they were talking about picking up a load at a certain point of the Indian Ocean, and the captain was constantly repeating a name. Verne. I haven't recognized the other voice, but I can't believe it. Nemo is not a traitor. I must confirm this before saying anything. We are about to dock at the secret base. If there's any evidence against Nemo, it will be there, in his office. I hope that they don't catch me, and that I'm wrong too.
What? What have I just heard? Was Nemo waiting for me in the middle of the sea?
What?
My brothers, I know you are afflicted. Shame fell on us because we failed in our mission of capturing terrorist Nemo. I know, because I felt the same dishonor. But I have had an epiphany. We didn't suffer a defeat. Fate revealed our true mission in front of our eyes. The artifact is a prodigy that can change destiny. We have been spending our lives under the boot of politicians and bureaucrats at the Curia of the nation, those who just exist to fill their bellies at the expense of our blood. I say, let's take the artifact and forge a new world based on order and purity. Are you with me, brothers?
Oh boy.
Those days, my sanity felt like walking on a glass floor. I discovered that no one in the crew had ever heard talk about Officer Ned Land. If that was not enough, the recordings disappeared and left me with no other evidence of it than my damaged memory. Somebody was pulling the strings of my fate. What did they want from me? I had to find out before it was too late. I could just follow Ned Land's advice. Search into Nemo's office and bring the truth to light. Whatever it was.
Interesting. You show up 3 hours late and go starting a revolution? The Nautilus?
I count on you to keep me in line.
I must leave my plans for breaking into Nemo's office for later. The captain and Edriel want to meet me.
Hidden truth.
It's not the time to go back to the Nautilus. I still have things to do here.
Captain.
My first trip outside, and it's inside of a dormant volcano in the middle of the ocean. I have to admit that Nemo has a talent for mise en scène.
How are you doing, Yohei?
An old diver helmet from the first missions of the Nautilus. I've only seen them on paper. They look so much more rudimentary. I'm glad I have learned diving with the new ones.
Doing all right? Things are quiet? Is that bad?
Mr. Verne!
What obscure sea law have I transgressed now, Officer Turner?
More than one, probably, but I don't want to talk about that, sir. I didn't have the time to show my gratitude for saving us from the nation. When we rescued you, I thought you were a spy. If it were up to me, I would have returned you to that boat and let the sea judge you.
Oh, I'm glad you weren't the one who decided my fate.
But look what you have achieved with the captain. Solved Placea's temple puzzles, found the compass of destiny, saving us from the Raven himself. It feels like centuries ago since you came from that island. I'm glad that you're aboard, sir.
Oh, well, thank you. Each day it's harder to recall my past life.
That's something we all share in here. Captain Nemo slowly absorbs our lives and blends them inside the Nautilus's steel.
What do you know about Ned Land?
I keep thinking about Officer Ned Land.
Mr. Verne, I repeat, stop chasing ghosts. Since I joined the Nautilus, there has never been a Ned Land among the crew.
Officer, may I ask you something? How was your life before the Nautilus?
You may laugh. I was the rich heiress of a steel mogul. I was destined to marry a rich husband. For years, my parents convinced me that I wasn't worthy of anything else.
It's hard to believe, seeing you now.
Like many others, war took everything away from me. At first, I was paralyzed. I was unable to help anyone, only myself. But that girl at Battery Park, her parents were dead. She was wounded. I spent the night taking care of her, and I realized that I could make a difference. It was an epiphany. After that, I fought for many causes and cried until I ran out of tears. When I was about to surrender, I met Captain Nemo and the Resistance. They bring sense to my struggle.
By defeating the nation?
Showing me that, together, we can change this corrupt world. Until I enrolled in the Nautilus, I was alone. The only thing I was doing was taking hits from waves, time and time again. Now, we are the rising tide.
It doesn't feel really rising.
Mr. Verne, don't be vulgar. Defeatism is not tolerated on board. We will prevail.
Okay.
Will we have enough supplies and materials? It will take a lot of time until we can put foot on a harbor.
Enough, don't worry.
Where does Nemo take all these supplies?
May St. Elmo's fire burn me if I know. His web of smugglers reaches all 7 seas. When we need something, he provides.
Do you know where the captain is? I must see him. But I don't know this prodigious hideout.
The captain and Edriel are in the meeting room. Go to the elevator, 2nd floor on the left.
Do I need an access card to move around the base?
In the event that you need one, the captain will tell me about it. We are on alert. The use of them is now restricted.
Oh, sure. The traitor.
You may now leave, Mr. Verne. I have a lot of things to do. The captain and Edriel passed by here not too long ago. Go to the elevator, 2nd floor on the left.
Thank you, officer.
Your father was a massive fan of 20,000 Leagues and was absolutely batshit over the design of the Nautilus. You still have a kit in the garage that he never finished. Probably older than most of the folks in this chat. He also would rant about how underrated that ship design was and the influence of steampunk. I guess it's recognized now, but he was on that very early. Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, so this is this game takes place in an alternate reality, alternate timeline.
I must admit that cans of algae mix are delicious. But if someday I leave the Nautilus, it will take a long time until I eat something from the sea again. Nemo and safety hatches. It must reach the lower floor. These are the results of cholera vaccine tests. Seems that with the algae we harvested underwater, Dr. Cedric is making major advances. It looks like a piece of a diary from the builders of the base.
The volcano. Exploration reports. August 3rd, 1850. 12:27 p.m. Before us opens a deep hollow. It is the rugged mouth of the crater, by which the eruptive liquid matter had escaped at the periods when the volcano was still in activity. Hardened lava and crusted scoria form a sort of natural staircase of large steps, which will greatly facilitate the ascent to the summit of the mountain. As to the volcano itself, it cannot be doubted that it is completely extinct. No smoke escapes from its sides, not a flame can be seen in the dark hollows, not a roar, not a mutter, no trembling even issues from this black well, which perhaps reaches far into the bowels of the earth. The atmosphere inside the crater is filled with no sulfurous vapor. It is more than the sleep of a volcano. It is complete extinction. New side mission. Okay, what is... Mysterious Island. Find the other 2 audio cylinders. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Oops. Wanted. So that's the infirmary. I guess I gotta go re-explore everything now that we have a mission, a new side mission. So they're on the second floor, but what's up on the third floor?
I must find some information before leaving.
Locked.
May I help you? It seems you have problems with whatever that is.
It's an Illumia. Towers that distribute blue blood through the decks of the Nautilus. And no, you can't help me. But thanks anyway.
It's okay. I'll leave you working.
Resist the tyranny of the nation.
The H capsule's ready.
You must be extremely careful.
When we dock at the Ancestors' Island.
It's impossible to get there.
Wah.
H capsule's ready.
You must be extremely careful.
when we dock at the Ancestors' Island.
It's impossible to get there.
Verne! About time.
I am sorry. It's my first time here. What do you want from me?
Are the H capsules ready?
Not completely. We still have to fit some details. But I'm sure that we will be able to gather the energy from the flame of Hephaestus and contain it to take it wherever it's most needed.
You must be extremely careful.
Yes, I know the story. It was the source of the power of the Atlantean Empire, and also of its ominous destruction. You've told me that a dozen times.
You must make sure that they will be ready when we dock at the Ancestors' Island.
And what will happen if the iMac doesn't work anymore? How will we open the chest? I haven't found anything in the Scylla's log that could help us.
The iMac will work! I am sick of waiting!
Captain, your idea of using the blue blood to reactivate the iMag is unfounded. The reaction could end with all of us being...
Enough! I don't want to hear you anymore! I'm fed up with you, with Cedric, with Verne. We must take radical action if we want to end the terror that is devastating the world!
Please, Captain, calm down. You are not like this.
I will not hear you, not even for a second! I am going to prepare the blue blood. If you aren't at the upper floor safe room in 10 minutes, I will go and look personally for you wherever you are. It's the last lift. I give you my personal card.
Adriel, what do we do? It's not very wise using...
Mr. Verne, the captain has given you an order. There's nothing more to be said.
I hope we don't blow up.
I'm more worried about the flame of Hephaestus. I need you to analyze the only map of Ancestors' Island to find the safest way to the flame.
But this map is...
Do it, Verne. I must go back to the Nautilus. Don't keep the captain waiting.
Oh, we're keeping him waiting.
But this map is weird. Merde. Obviously, it's closed. If I could get an access card... It doesn't work. A miniature of one of the Nautilus's rejected designs. In the end, he made the ship much more aggressive.
Okay, the Nautilus. iMag. I didn't know Jules Verne knew about Apple. Boo. The submarine of a rejected design, yeah. A submarine of 20,000 leagues under the seas is one of the most iconic settings and vehicles in all the world, in all of world literature. Before the novel's release in 1870, submarines were small, dangerous vessels such as the famous Tortuga, the first military submarine used in the American Civil War in 1775. Electricity was then almost magical, and Nemo had tamed it to light, cook, and propel his boat, describes Professor Aronnax, the protagonist of the novel. At a time when most people still lit their homes with whale oil, Verne dazzled the imagination of the public, creating something that no one had ever been able to imagine before. A huge submarine powered by electricity capable of moving faster than warships, and above all, with the ability to dive into the deepest waters. But all this technical marvel, civilized and cultured with a huge library, lounges, a pipe organ, and all kinds of luxuries, had a dark side. It was a dangerous weapon. The seas were no longer safe. If an unseen danger could rise from the depths and split ships in two. Moreover, under the iron rule of Captain Nemo, the Nautilus was a golden prison, not only for the protagonist of the novel, but also for the entire crew that accompanied him, because once aboard the ship, they never set foot on dry land again. 20 years after the publication of 20,000 Leagues Under the Seas, humanity caught up with Verne's imagination, and in 1888, the first electric submarine was launched. The Pearl, designed by Spanish engineer Isaac Pearl, but thanks to his envious superiors in the Navy, this revolutionary device had an incomprehensible short life.
I've told you before, don't bother me, please.
That's not useful now.
Is there anywhere else that we couldn't get to? I don't think so. So they want us to do what again? Analyze Ancestors Island map in the D3 area. Analyze the island map. Wait a minute. Isn't the island map downstairs? This is the base inside the volcano. We're not on the Nautilus currently. The Nautilus is docked at the secret base.
Wait a moment. There's a note here. It's from land. At last, I found the way to break into Nemo's office. These stains, it's like they hide something written or drawn.
Okay, so this island looks like a plesiosaur, or the Loch Ness Monster, or that's both. I don't know. Okay. New item. Do we need to alter?
That's not useful now.
Alter the card in some way? Find a magnifying glass? Oh. Okay. Is that what this is?
I need something that can help me.
Okay. Red lens. Aha. Uh-huh. I would say same thing. Most accounts of Nessie seem to be that of a plesiosaur. Yeah.
If I get the blue lens, I'm sure that I will be able to read whatever is written here. Officer Land must have used these same lenses to write hidden messages on the map.
Find the missing blue lens. God damn it.
I'm looking for a blue lens that's missing of the loop at the map's table. Any idea of where it might be?
Doc often uses it to cook his medicines. Did you look in the sick bay?
Thank you. I must find the blue lens first.
Okay. To the infirmary. Blue lens. Well, that was easy. Anything else new in here?
These are the results of cholera vaccine. Dr.
That's not new. Right. He's a very kind man for someone who tried to beat my record for using fuck as many times as you can in a 50-second period. Yeah. The Russian guy.
I must hurry with the blue lens. I must hurry with the...
Yeah.
That's not useful now.
Well, then what is...
These are numbers and access card combinations. I can forge one with the tools available at Akos's workplace. I had to take note of these codes. Yes!
Okay. You see the review of the note in the inventory. Okay. Yes. Fine. Let me hit the button. I'm trying to get to the... Jesus.
That's not useful now.
Okay.
I need something that can help me. Yes!
What about this door here?
That's not useful now.
Go on. Okie dokie. Ooh, keeper.
I've never seen Nemo with a turban. He's always in uniform. Personal memories. Wait. Here there are notes with the name Edriel on them.
Meeting Edriel from Captain Nemo's diary. Macau, March 12th, 1856. Now that construction work is underway on the Nautilus, I have time to reconstruct the diaries that the nation destroyed after I was arrested. Today, I want to record the events that transpired on June 27th, 1851. At the time, the war had brought me to the only village on Dongju Island in the China Sea on a mission to train new recruits for the resistance. The desire to avenge the death of my beloved wife and daughter spurred me on. That day, news reached me that a Western woman had arrived on the island. Tired of spending the day surrounded by recruits, I went to see who she was. I found her in the living room. There was something about her that struck my soul instantly, not in a romantic way, but a kind of connection. We struck up a conversation, naturally, like lifelong friends. When I tried to elicit from her what she was doing on that lost island, she replied that she was making a stopover to get to Shanghai, but nothing more. As we said goodbye, she told me her name was Edriel. During the days of waiting, we took walks, shared meals, and had very interesting conversations in which we imagined what the depths of the oceans could offer to humanity and how this could change the world. I was amazed by the depth of her knowledge and wisdom that belied her age. To my surprise, she also revealed herself to be an expert on Atlantis. One of those evenings at the end of the summer, and after a particularly long conversation, I found myself overflowing with imagination, and the first image of an underwater vehicle powered by the latest generation of engines and absolutely self-sufficient came into my head. A device that would allow me to dive into the sea, leave the war behind. A whole new world just for me. A whole new world. The next morning, August 24th, as I went to our usual morning appointment with the first sketches of Nautilus in my hands, I discovered that Adriel had left aboard the freighter she had been waiting for. I was sorry to not be able to say goodbye. I had always been certain that I would never see her again. I was wrong. Whenever we came for supplies at the main market in Macau, I always have tea at the stall of Mani, a former artilleryman I met at the Battle of Okinawa. This morning, she was serving it to me with her toothless smile so dear to me when I heard a familiar and almost forgotten voice. Captain, I hear you are building the Nautilus. Is there room for me in your crew? I turned, and there she was, just as I remembered her. She was one of us.
This bookcase is hiding something.
Huh? Wait a minute. Before we do all that, is there anything else to interact with? No. Okay. Okay. Bookcase is hiding something. Select the shelves in the correct order. Five. Wait a minute. 5 by 2. 5 plus 2? Are these symbols? Oh, wait. Look in the corners. 2 by... okay, so I'm guessing 2... 1, 2... 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Okay. Number 2 is the multiplication. X, so 5... 2. What is number 3 plus? We have to go 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I can see them on the shelves. I see now. And then 3, 3.
Yes! What's this? A record of every member of the Nautilus crew since it was built. Here, no doubt, I will find information about Officer Land. But there's nothing here about any Ned Land. That can't be. Maybe it's been manipulated. No, it certainly doesn't seem to. Am I really losing my mind?
My headaches don't stop even for a minute. I believe my body rejects the ideas that lately boil inside my mind. I've conceived a god-awful plan to give the world a second chance. The war and the nation are going to end the future. Project H, as repugnant as it may sound, is the only way out for mankind. I am aware that if we take the flame and activate the aerial torpedoes, thousands of innocents will die, and I will have to carry on in my conscience with their deaths. But after the tragedy, a new and fairer world will thrive from it. I hope that will ease my pain. Just like...
It's cut off, but it can't be. His true objective is using my capsules to bomb the nation with the flame of Hephaestus. He wants to unleash a genocide. Oh my God, what am I going to do? I must stop him. But how?
Captain Nemo, bio. The only certainty about the past of one of the most famous resistance leaders is that his wife and daughter were killed during the nation's invasion of the English Raj. His name rose to... Rose? Wait a minute. Is that... That's not the proper spelling for past tense of rise, is it? Is it? It is? Why does my brain... Okay. His name rose to fame when, at the command of a small rebel group and against all odds, he thwarted in one blow the plans of the nation to conquer India. After that first victory, he traveled around the world organizing resistance cells and thus complicating the nation's advances. During those years, he realized that no matter how much military strategy the resistance developed, without modern technology, they could never win the war. Thus, it was that the seed of what was to become the Nautilus was planted in his head one night in the China Sea. It looks wrong as I was, I think because of the flower, and of course because risen being the past participle. Yay, English! Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I don't know why that struck me as weird, but okay. Unfortunately, his plans were interrupted in 1852 when he was captured by the nation's spies and imprisoned in Himera's most terrible penitentiary institution, the Terror. The warden was an ambitious officer known as Bloody Raven, who spared no hunger, labor, and torture to succeed in breaking Nemo, but to no avail. With patience and the help of those who would later join the crew of the Nautilus, on August 15, 1855, Captain Nemo led an escape that not only won his freedom, but also the destruction of the mine prison. Such an effort would not be forgotten by the Bloody Raven. After escaping, Nemo resumed the construction of the Nautilus, and a year later set sail. Fed up with war and human cruelty, he debated whether to hide in the sea and immerse himself forever in its mysteries, or devote himself body and soul to the resistance. However, it was the sea that solved his dilemma because, in some underwater ruins, he found the first clue to what would be the key to put an end to the nation forever, the flame of Hephaestus. Since then, Captain Nemo has poured all his efforts into finding it. There is nothing that can distract him from his goal. No cracks in his way of seeing the world and planning his actions. He is, without a doubt, one of the most intelligent and cultured people in Himera, and therefore also one of the most dangerous. Ba-na-na-nan.
I must get out of here and reach the safe room before the captain comes after me.
We can't close the door? That's not suspicious.
I've told you before, don't bother me, please.
I need something that can help me.
About time, damn it!
Maybe I could catch him by surprise. Put him down. No. Impossible. Look at these hands. He could rip out my head with them. And then the crew is here. No. It's not the time. I must wait. Sorry, Captain. I got lost.
Give me the IMAG. Here, I have a blue blood concentrated sample from the Nautilus. I am convinced that when it comes into contact with the small flame of Hephaestus that makes the IMAG work, it will reactivate it.
Captain, With all due respects, are you all right? For a few days now, I've noticed that your behavior is getting more erratic.
How dare you! I should throw you overboard for suggesting that. Sorry, Verne. I didn't mean. I am a bit upset, yes, but I can't avoid it. We are about to achieve our target, and anything can go wrong.
If everything comes out right, you will have in your hands an unimaginable power. Due to your condition, do you think it's wise to...
Wow, what a human thing to say, Verne. How understanding of you. Do you want me to surrender the control over the flame? Who to? Somebody more centered? Somebody like you, with your hallucinations?
Yes, I have my unresolved issues, but at least I have regard for human life.
The nation has found us. God damn it! I must prepare the evacuation. We need to carry the blue blood with us. Adriel thinks it's vital to find the flame. Take it to the Nautilus, but be careful. It's highly unstable. Use the chemical compounds on the table to stabilize it.
But...
This card will give you access to the emergency hatches and all the doors. When the blood is stabilized, run to the Nautilus.
Okay. Danger! Okay. Stabilize the Nautilus's blue blood. 1 stabilizer in position, 2 stabilizers and stabilized. So, what do? We select a bottle with R and T. I see. Red, green, and yellow. Put a drop in. Drop in. Mix. So none of these are right. That's what I'm picking up. Oh, it went yellow? So the red is good. Second red is good. Okay. So this needs to be red or green. There we go.
Yes!
Verne and energy, the importance of energy in his novels. Jules Verne, based on his scientific and technical knowledge of his time, wondered in many of his works what sources of energy could power the amazing machines he imagined. For him, the development of any civilization was only possible by the means of the energy available to it. For example, the Black Indies in 1877, the story of the Dockhart coal well exploited and then closed down serves to express his fears about coal as a source of energy. Coal will fail one day. That is certain. A forced shutdown will be imposed on the machinery of the whole world if some new fuel is not found to replace it. In the same novel, a subterranean town appears, illuminated by suspended discs that work by electromagnetism. In 1930, the engineer Jorge Claude built the first tidal power plant, recognizing as a source of inspiration a phrase told by Captain Nemo that appears in 20,000 Leagues Under the Seas, the first to be written on the subject. By creating a circuit between two cables submerged at different depths, it should be possible to obtain electricity from the difference in temperature to which they would have been exposed. Why was the blue blood red? It was unstable at the time. So the indicators of its stability was the color of the liquid. So red was unstable. Yellow had 1 stability, 2 stability, and then blue was fully stable. By creating let's see. But one of Verne's most prophetic visions appears in the mysterious island 1875. I believe that one day water will be a fuel, that the hydrogen and oxygen that constitute it, used alone or together, will provide an inexhaustible source of energy and light with an intensity that coal cannot. That since coal reserves will be exhausted, we will be heated by water. Water will be the coal of the future.
I need something that can help me.
Oh, right.
Soldiers! I must hide.
Uh-oh. The Echo Guard, the nation's elite corps. The nation's army is the most fearsome in all of Himera, both for its fierceness and its cutting-edge technology. Over the years, it has fought multiple wars, crushing everything in its path. Among all its units, the Echo Guard stands out, a team of special forces created and led with an iron fist by the fearsome Bloody Raven. Their name, according to their own tradition, comes from the fact that they consider themselves to be the echo that follows the croaking of the raven. This elite guard is responsible for the security of the Curia and for carrying out the most important actions, such as the invasion of the Jaw Peninsula in the Dragon Sea, where, faced with the fierce resistance presented by the inhabitants of the city of Shikau, they chose to exterminate any trace of life using mustard gas. Oh, Jesus. This core can only be accessed by those who survive a ferocious training. Such is the brainwashing to which they are subjected during this period, that the chosen ones, in addition to leaving transformed into killing machines, worship the Bloody Raven as if he was a god of war. There are 2 types of units: Echoes, infantry troops, and Pyromantics, shock troops, specialists in explosives, and attached to their flamethrowers like a rider to its horse. Great. Lovely. So are they patrol? Yeah, they're patrolling. Where am I supposed to go? Oh, I see. We're hiding here.
Look everywhere. I want Verne and I want him alive. Do you hear me? If I see even a little scratch on him, the person responsible will answer before me.
Merd. It's Bloody Raven again. I must pass unseen.
Here he is. Take it.
Merde!
I got you, filthy terrorist.
Damn, I wasn't ready for a... I wasn't ready for a quick time event because I thought the damn thing wasn't working anymore.
Here he is. Take it.
Merde!
Freeze! Here he is. Take it.
Merde!
I got you, filthy terrorist. Here he is. Take it.
Merde! What the hell?
Damn it to hell! Faster!
It works!
Get rid of this debris! Verne! You chose the wrong side! Join me! Forget Nemo! His days of piracy are over!
I will never work for murderers!
Listen! Come with me! I give you my word as an officer and a gentleman that you will have everything you can desire to make your research about the artifact and the flame of Hephaestus. We can change the world together.
Lately, I've heard too many times the words change the world to still believe in them. Good luck with it.
Verne! Verne! I will find you! I swear it! Faster!
Akos! Good heavens! Wait a minute. I'm sure the Illumium will be important.
The Illumium?
Akos protected the repaired Illumium with his own body. Merde!
The Cave, exploration report, 6:05 p.m. At a height of 100 feet, rises a vaulted roof, supported on basalt shafts. Irregular arches, strange moldings appear on the columns erected by nature in thousands from the first epochs of the formation of the globe. The basalt pillars, fitted one into the other, measure from 40 to 50 feet in height, and the water, calm in spite of the tumult outside, washes their base. A brilliant focus of light touches every point of rocks and floods the walls with light. The enormous cavern is empty. We have explored it in every direction. There is nothing here, not an animal, not a human being. Okay.
I need something that can help me.
Oh, right.
Mon Dieu! Merde! Merde! Merde!
So we're all the way down in the infirmary. Overheated? Something overheated, or open the hatch.
Before escaping, they left the emergency hatch open. The cannon overheated and took a bit longer to spew its deadly charge, impacting a few seconds later. I need something that can help me. The cannon overheated and took a bit longer to spew its deadly charge, impacting a few seconds later. Merde! 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 The coldness Nemo displayed when he sacrificed his sanctuary shocked me. The iMac returned to life. Why? Was it because of my finding out about Nemo? The horror that the Raven inspired in me? All these questions throng inside my head, unanswered. But one of them tortured me. How could a bookworm like me stop the most intelligent and boldest man in Hemera?
No. The destructive Phobos was in the window.
Come on. Come on! Open it!
Incroyable! You were right, Adriel.
That's true. The force of imagination has...
Nothing will stop us now! We have it! At last, the flame of Hephaestus will be in our hands! The nation is living on borrowed time. Take it to Nadine. She must readjust the servo radars and the Nautilus's navigation system to integrate the compass of destiny. Verne, take the iMac to the safe chamber.
Captain.
I must apologize for earlier. I crossed the line. Go and rest. You deserve it. The Ancestors' Island is waiting for us.
What about the traitor?
Yes. Captain, Nemo still seemed to trust me. However, despite his good manners, I couldn't avoid looking at him as a murderer. When I met him, I got to admire him. His scientific genius was brilliant.
Six months earlier. All right, we're going to take a midstream break. What would you guys like to do during break? Play some Gartic, words on stream, listen to music. Music. Okay, what kind of music would you like to listen to? Retro wave. Oh. Let's see if I can find that. All right. There's no retro wave, but I assume that falls under electronic music. So there's dark wave. Synth wave. Vapor wave. We got bit music, EDM, electro swing, Euro dance, footwork, future bass, hardstyle, IDM, indie-tronica, Jersey club, melodic techno, mid-tempo bass, minimal techno, psytrance, synthwave, techno, trance, trap, EDM, vaporwave, synthwave. All right. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. And I'm back. Okay, where are we? Meet Captain Nemo. We're escaping, right? Okay. Oh.
Nemo and his philosophy books. Schopenhauer. It's a shame that the nation killed him because of his ideas. I should speak with Nemo before. I don't want to seem impolite. This katana was a gift from the Empire of the Rising Sun to the captain for his aid against the nation.
Mr. Verne, I am glad to see you in better shape.
Thanks, Captain. I've been here only for a few days, and I'm still getting used to this marvel.
I'm glad you like it. I've been thinking. The Atlantean priests from Placea's cult believed that there were individuals blessed by her who were more sensitive to her influx. Perhaps you are one of them, and that's why you were able to find the artifact of imagination.
Atlantis? I thought that was a myth, a tale for children.
You have had evidence of their existence in your hands. How do you make it work?
I'm not sure that I make the iMac work. Rather, I would say it reacts to events.
That's interesting. Do you fancy an underwater walk? I have a job for you.
A walk? Under the sea? Of course.
Where are you taking me, Captain? I can see ruins in the distance.
You are going to witness a great milestone of my journey. Follow me.
Okay. Unlike other locations, you can't run under the sea.
I must follow the captain. The steam oxygenator of my back allows normal breathing. Lead soles keep me on the ground, but they slow me down. But these views are so captivating. Cedric has asked us to find some specific algae for his research. I don't know if I could even recognize them with this helmet on.
Specific algae. Find 3 of Cedric's algae. Jesus. They keep giving us these side missions, but... Now I gotta go back and check. There's some kind of algae back here.
I must follow the captain.
Yeah. Okay. I love the little crab here that pops out. It's like, get away. It's my box.
Algae-Philium chromosa. I hope you helped Cedric with the vaccine.
Okay.
My goodness!
She's a beauty, isn't it?
Really impressive. That pearl must be worth a fortune. Do you want to take it?
No. I just wanted to show it to you. Who are we to interrupt a life cycle that has been growing for years, creating layers with each secretion it produces? Why? To sell the pearl? To write a book about the discovery? By chance, is our fame more important than nature itself? Let's move.
Okay. algae we're looking for. Looks like we're going to be going down or something, so let's keep moving forward and see if we can find all the algae.
There I see the algae Cedric needs.
Well, it's shit. What? Okay.
I should speak with Nemo before.
Can you feel the heat rising from underground? We must move carefully. Lava is still flowing among the ruins.
Where are we, Captain?
You are beholding the remains of a pre-Hellenic temple dedicated to Placea, the Atlantean goddess.
What?
We spotted it months ago. This cult survived the fall of Atlantis and thrived for a few years in the primeval Greece. In their mythology, they linked together the flame of Hephaestus with Placea. We believe there might be hidden information here about the flame location.
Believe? Didn't you enter?
We explored it for weeks in order to make a safe way to the center of the temple. However, when we reached the doors that guard it, it was impossible for us to open them.
I'm surprised that you didn't blow them away.
Do you think that I am like one of these brutes from the nation? I never destroy what I don't know. This temple is unique. It must be preserved, not destroyed. At that moment, we couldn't stay any longer. The Nautilus was needed for the war many miles away from here, but now is different. You and the IMAG are here.
Fascinating.
Activate the machine to descend into the temple. Okay. Out of curiosity, I can pull out the IMAG. Maybe I can use that to get to the... Should we do a collapse? Or a thin base?
The base was so eroded by the years of pressure that it finally collapsed.
Alright. 2 down, 1 to go.
It's amazingly terrifying.
True. In some cultures, the octopus and its tentacles are linked with the spiral of creation and creativity.
Fascinating.
I'm going forward. Take your time to contemplate this wonder. I'll wait at the Opisthotomus entrance. Follow the lifeline.
He went that way. So, maybe the algae's over here. Aha.
I now have all the algae for Cedric.
Hey. Oh, what's in here?
The wire has been cut by the nibbling of some sea creature. If I had the tools, it would be easy to repair.
He went that way, so the explorer in me says the opposite way. And of course, my instincts are right. Indubitably. Can I use sharp teeth?
The wire resisted the sea creature's curiosity and kept withstanding.
What the?
Seems like some object on its way to the moon? What kind of place is this?
To the Moon? Published in 1865, From the Earth to the Moon is a science fiction story, but also a satire on American society. The novel is set in the period after the Civil War, where all weapons have been put aside in the name of peace, causing many Americans to feel powerless and bored. Therefore, the Baltimore Gun Club is formed, and the club's president, faced with a shortage of things to blow up, suggests a new use for guns and weapons knowledge: build a giant cannon and fire a rocket to the moon to conquer it and make it America's newest state. Oh, God. The fact that space exploration is not inspired by any scientific desire and by the pure need for destruction is one of the great reflections that Verne leaves us with. As for the scientific aspects of the novel, there are an extraordinary number of overlapping details between the mission described in the book and that of the flight of the Apollo 11 mission more than 100 years later, a demonstration of the extent to which Verne took care of the scientific aspects of his stories. For example, among many of his predictions, including the launch site, the curvature, etc., Verne estimated the duration of the journey to be 97 hours, 4 days and an hour. The first piloted trip that allowed man to set foot on the moon lasted 4 days. Wow. This is why Verne was a prophet in many ways. I guess so.
This ancient Greek tests my knowledge, but I can read that this is the first part of 3 of the Primordials' story.
Primordials 1. Among the people of Atlantis, there was a small group that underwent a mutation caused by exposure to the flame of Hephaestus, which gave them extremely long longevity and the ability to influence the emotions of others. In turn, that influence fed back. The more individuals were influenced by it, the stronger it became, and that in turn allowed them to reach more people. New side mission. Oh, okay. Find the other 2 stone tablets. Okay. Okay, there's number 2. Positive and negative effect. There were primordials whose influence was positive and others whose influence was negative. Among the former, some became gods and had their own worshippers. Others became politicians who united the masses. Others became explorers. On the other hand, the negative primordials were repudiated because their influences were harmful. Hatred, sadness, stupidity. As the emotions of the Atlanteans as a nation changed, depending on the moment of their history, the positions of power among the primordials and their influence changed. Okay. Got 1, 2, 3 buttons.
This is magnificent. Aside from Nemo and his crew, I'm the first human being that has rested his eyes on these views in thousands of years. If only I could explore them.
few more oxygen tanks.
Okay. Are we gonna get trapped in here alone? Is that what's happening?
Verne, are you all right?
Yes, a bit frightened, but in one piece. The IMAG is outside.
Yes, but it has turned off. There must be a way to activate again this mechanism.
Wait a moment. There's an inscription here. 4 victories to open these gates. It must allude to 4 tests.
You have enough oxygen. Explore the hall and take the tests. I am sure that they will reveal what we are looking for.
But what if I don't make it? And if I run out of oxygen?
Mr. Verne, surrender is not an option at the Nautilus. We can't tear down these gates without compromising the whole building structure. Your only way out is solving those trials. I believe in you.
You must solve puzzles. Oh, okay.
I've found a new inscription. To open the forge of Hephaestus, you must fire up its 4 flames. It must allude to the 4 doors in front of me.
Forge of Hephaestus. Mr. Verne, we are on the right path. Go on.
Twist my arm, yeah.
I feel heavy in this wetsuit, and it begins to be hard to breathe.
You are making a great effort in your first underwater walk. Did I tell you when I faced the Kraken?
Don't patronize me. It makes me sick.
Verne, quit being a bitch. Before we touch anything, I'm gonna do a little bit of exploring. Maybe find this other tablet. Aha. The primordials had a distinctive feature. They were always born as pairs of twins, and their powers were 2 sides of the same coin: hate and love, war and peace, sleep and wakefulness, etc. The case of Placia and Phobos is paradigmatic. She inspired creative imagination, and he destructive imagination. Very few primordials survived the end of Atlantis and were forced to live among us. Their presence did not go unnoticed. Greek mythology baptized them as muses, since, thanks to them, for centuries, thousands of artists, doctors, and scientists got the necessary inspiration to carry out their works and inventions. Butterfly. Solve the 4 challenges.
I enter the first door.
What did you see inside?
Wonderful things.
Great description.
A volcano on an island. Hephaestus' place, I guess. It reminds me of Prometheus' tale. The one who stole fire from the gods to favor mankind. Nevertheless, here is Placia, the one that steals the flame.
This is Placea's myth. We don't know for sure what Atlanteans believe in, but the descriptions that have made it to us associate the flame of Hephaestus with Placea's ability of arousing imagination, being that the origin of Atlanteans' great power.
Arouse imagination? You mean like muses do?
Exactly.
A labyrinth. I must rotate it to link the lines with the flame.
Arouse imagination. You mean like Duke and Redheads? Kinda.
Yes!
Just like you and cat girls, Yohei?
The first trial is completed. A liquid has appeared on the walls. It looks like the Nautilus's blue blood.
What I'd give to see what you are seeing. Make haste. Oxygen is not endless.
Your paternalism will suit me quite well now. Tell me about the Kraken.
I made it up. Krakens aren't real.
Talking about the arousal of imagination, and no, that's depths even Nemo wouldn't dare explore.
From what I see and understand from these inscriptions, Placea ventured inside the forge of Hephaestus and managed to get his great flame. With its power, she expected to free mankind, providing them with the gift of imagination.
I'll have all the algae for Cedric.
Oh, we found an extra one. Cedric's youthful appearance can be deceiving, as he is a military doctor with a lot of experience in the British Empire Army. He belongs to the fourth generation of a family of doctors. His role during the European campaigns of war against the nation earned him several medals and a special commendation from the Queen. However, his patriotism and pride in his army changed radically when he was deployed to the front lines of the Indian colonies. There, in the middle of the jungle, he saw with his own eyes that his beloved British army was as savage as the nation was. His attempts to help the local population and his repeated insubordinations led to his dismissal without honor. After that, disavowed by family and friends, spent several years in the jungle, pouring all his efforts into saving as many as possible from the war and the plagues that ravaged the region. It was during this period of madness and violence that Cedric met Captain Nemo. Immediately, he was captivated, finding that his passion for science was as strong as his desire to end injustice in the world. He joined the crew of the Nautilus without thinking about it, becoming one of the captain's most important collaborators and one of the most experienced by the time Verne arrives on the submarine. However, after being expelled from the army, he had vowed not to cause any more harm. Every time the Nautilus sinks a ship, he spends several days without sleep. He knows that war against an enemy as formidable as the nation requires sacrifices, but he begins to suspect that the captain carries them out with disturbing detachment. In addition to his practice, Cedric is working on a research project that could save millions of lives on Hemera, a cure for cholera, extracted from the specific algae that are only accessible through the technology of the Nautilus. He believes in Nemo and his idea of a fair world, but he has seen too much to do so blindly.
Okay. The goddess spreads out what seems to be the energy rays, like the sun. But being a woman, she's related to the moon and her creative power. Thus, the answer to this enigma must be related to the moon cycle. Each one must mark a ray extension.
I hope that means something to you.
Yes!
Back from dinner. And we're on good terms with Nemo. This is...
What's the word for victory in Hindi?
VJ.
This is a flashback. 6 months prior to the existing stuff, Nemo took Verne down to explore this temple because they needed the... Only Verne can utilize the iMag, and the iMag was needed to open the door. But then Nemo got trapped in here, or sorry, Verne got trapped in here once he walked through the doors without Nemo. Nemo's on the other side. So they're talking via radio communication? Vox? I don't know, something. So we're they're basically, it's a way for them to give us the background information of Atlantis and what Phobos and Placaea, what they're all about.
Placaea diced with death for us, facing ruthless creatures released by Hephaestus to stop her.
So Hephaestus released the Hydra, Harpies, and the Minotaur, maybe? Stop her?
I don't have a good feeling about this, but I can't see any other way out.
Oh, great.
The door! It's closing! Vite! Vite!
Okay. That's gonna hurt, yeah. We're gonna feel that in the morning. There's no sprinting underwater. Oh, come on. That was out of the way. the love of Pete. I may not be the most elected person, but if I see a door closing that's timed on the other side of a room, I'm finding a way to sprint underwater.
Don't give up now.
VJ. After receiving the flame, mankind began to benefit from the power of imagination almost immediately. The jealous gods realized that it couldn't be taken back from them. So, to shift the balance back in their favor, they resolved to release fear to weaken them, strengthening the horrors that already dwelled amongst the human race. It must allude to Phobos, Placea's brother. Creative and destructive imagination, hope and fear. The last mural depicts a huge flame devouring a city.
Probably Atlantis, right? Okay. Phobos is Placeus' twin. As happened with most Atlantean primordial twin couples, he was her negative version. If Placea's presence stimulated creativity in humans, Phobos' excited fear and destructive imagination. At the beginning, in Atlantis, both siblings lived in balance. Creativity is necessary, but so is fear, since it drives us away from dangers. Nevertheless, when Atlanteans began to fret about supposed alien invasions that wanted to steal the flame of Hephaestus from them, Phobos began to acquire an unimaginable power. Atlantis transformed from being a center of cultural and knowledge exchange to an impregnable castle due to Phobos' influence. Even his sister was subdued by him and was forced to inspire the creation of new weapons to defend their culture from the quote-unquote barbarians. Turn them xenophobic. Fear became horror and tyranny, and in the last term, Phobos' influence on the Atlanteans was responsible for the destruction of their civilization, since it blinded them through fear and forced them to spill all their resources to protect themselves instead of continuing to build for the greater good. Like his sister, Phobos was away from Atlantis when the explosion of the flame of Hephaestus took place. They and other primordials became orphans all of a sudden, pushed to sort their lives without a home to return to. As time went by, primordials and their influence on mankind was identified with the Muses. Although we think of them as auspicious creatures, dreadful Phobos was also one of them. Throughout history, Phobos inspired the worst horrors that humans had ever witnessed: invasions, genocides, revenges. Now, his influence models the destiny of the human race, while his sister Placea remains hidden and weak under his unstoppable march.
Now, I see a mural of a great snake biting its own tail. It seems I have to decode some symbols.
The tail-biting snake is an Ouroboros. It symbolizes the cyclical nature of the world, the eternal return, the wheel of creation and destruction in which mankind lives.
Align. Okay. So north is supposed to be... Oops. This symbol. So select code box. Oh. Well, how do we know what's supposed to be what? Whatever we set it to? Oh, hang on. If I look in the bottom left corner, there's an N for north, and then right above it is this symbol. Southeast. This northwest.
Yes!
Plessia, the goddess of imagination. Actually, she is not a goddess, she is a primordial. This is how the Atlanteans knew those among them who, affected by a mutation, influenced emotions and ideas. Plessia's presence inflamed the curiosity and creativity of those around her. In the golden age of Atlantis, her influence reached almost the entire planet. The spectacular Atlantean technology development would not have taken place had it not been for her. In those years of splendor, Plessia lived as a celebrity like the other primordials. The most prominent Atlantean personalities of her time longed to have her as an advisor, and ordinary citizens worshipped her as a goddess. Her public appearances were always highly celebrated. She received all kinds of gifts, which she always donated to the most disadvantaged among the Atlanteans. When the cataclysm that devastated Atlantis took place, very few primordials survived. Plessia and her twin brother Phobos were two of the lucky ones, since they were both outside Atlantis when it happened. After that, Plessia spent years in deep sadness. She had lost her home, the cradle of her civilization, and hundreds of years of knowledge and technology. Completely disheartened and orphaned, she wandered the world until she reached Mesopotamia, where her trail disappeared. Centuries later, in pre-Hellenic times, her cult momentarily resurfaced, probably created by the few descendants of the ancient Atlanteans. The primitive worshippers of Plessia associated her with the power of imagination, and therefore with the fight against fear. It is in this period that she is represented with a butterfly as a metaphor of creative thinking, which takes a small idea, the worm, to transform it into something better, the butterfly. With the establishment of the classical Greek pantheon, the cult of Plessia became archaic and primitive and eventually disappeared. However, Plessia herself, with her powers weakened, continued to wander Hemera in search, albeit with little hope, of those few humans who were willing to make the world a better place.
It's not the time to go back. I still have things to do here.
Nemo?
Captain, you must see this! In this signaled place rests the flame of Hephaestus, power, and also the curse of Atlantis. Only those blessed with the compass of destiny will be able to navigate the horrible dangers that surround the island of the ancestors, last guardians of the divine flame.
The compass of destiny? Of course. An X on the map was way too easy. It seems that the journey will be prolonged more than I planned, but you have made a wonderful discovery. Can I count you in for the remaining voyage?
Nemo, from what I've just seen, it's just the beginning of it. You can count me in. I want to see the rest.
Fantastic. Come on, adventure waits for us.
Legends about the Ancestors' Island spoke of an area filled with magnetic disturbances and violent currents surrounding it, making it unreachable to those who weren't guided by the compass of destiny. For months, we sailed the 7 seas, looking for clues about that fantastic artifact. The first solid sign was found at the nameless city, buried under the sands of Arabia. Thanks to it, we could reach a manifesto, written in the year 246 before our era, with the name of the ships that had engaged trade with the ancestors and therefore carried the compass of destiny on board. Those months of exploration were the most fascinating times I've had the luck to experience so far. How everything has changed since then.
A Slippery Truth, Chapter 6, April 4th, 1888.
I must stop Nemo, whatever it takes. Maybe I can win some time by sabotaging the Nautilus. It's already ruined. Nobody will be suspicious of me, I hope.
Okay. Right, because Nemo's plan is to essentially use the power of Hephaestus to unleash, I think, launch multiple missiles or bombs and destroy a lot of people in order to save the whole of humanity or something like some craziness. I don't know.
The best approach is going for the most damaged system. If I find Maddie, maybe I can get a clue. She knows everything going on inside this prison.
Sabotage. Okay, we can sprint again.
We are underwater. I can't go out.
Alright, we haven't gone down to the lab or mess box, so let's go check out what's down there. Lab. So we should be up above. Yeah, we haven't been up here yet. Let's have a little poke around.
The Hall of Horrors, and I helped create it.
Hey, Brent. How was your stream? Welcome in, everyone. Point and click puzzle tonight, yeah. Puzzles aren't all that difficult. It's more visual novel with a sprinkling of puzzles involved. But it's voice acted. Are we doing more demos tonight? Hopefully Cthulhu shows up underwater. Somehow I don't think that's going to happen. But maybe. Last round of leftovers? Nothing too great. Oh. About the energy of the Nautilus. Ooh, here we go. There is a powerful agent, obedient, rapid, easy, which conforms to every use and reigns supreme on board my vessel. Everything is done by means of it. It lights, warms it, and is the soul of my mechanical apparatus. This agent is electricity. My electricity is not everybody's. Your readers may know what seawater is composed of. In 1,000 grams are found 96.5% of water and about 2 2/3% of chloride of sodium. Then, in a smaller quantity, chlorides of magnesium and of potassium, bromide of magnesium, sulfate of the carbonate of lime. You see then that chloride of sodium forms a large part of it, aka sodium chloride. So it is this sodium that I extract from the seawater and of which I compose my ingredients. I owe all to the ocean. It produces electricity, and electricity gives heat, light, motion, and in a word, life to the Nautilus. New side mission? Son of a bitch. Find the other 2 documents about the Nautilus's soul? Ah. Great.
Yes!
That's locked. Kitchen is this way.
Salut, Monsieur Verne. What do you fancy?
No thanks. I was just passing by.
Thanks for recovering the aluminum from Akos. We have power in these quarters thanks to him.
I wish I could have saved Akos, but I arrived too late.
A toast for Akos. May he be in a better place.
Salute. Okay. This is not where we need to go. But get up here. Go this way. What the cheat? about the Nautilus. From Captain Nemo to Monsieur Pascal Grosset, Editor-in-Chief of the Herald of the Resistance. Subject: Notes on the Nautilus for a feature article. First of all, I must apologize for being late in sending these notes. War doesn't respect any social engagements, and these last few months have been no different. I'm enclosing with this letter the material you requested me to prepare a report on the Nautilus, in the hope that, as you indicated, it will serve to raise morale among your comrades and serve as an example of how science and knowledge are our allies in the fight against the nation. You will forgive me if some of the information is too brief or too shallow, but there is information about my vessel that cannot become public knowledge for the sake of my crew. I also hope you understand that, due to security reasons, this will be our last communication. Yours sincerely, Nemo. Okay, so we can move this little ladder.
The knowledge about sea life that Nemo treasures. It's incredible.
That was it? That's all that did? Okay. Where have we not been able to get to yet? Bridge, chart room, and exit, CO2. The diver room. We haven't been to the diver room yet.
It's not the time for a sea trek. Although recognizing it brings me chills, Nemo's mind is astonishing. The design of these suits looks like something from a fantasy.
Poor guys that have to wear the red ones.
It's me, Verne.
Sorry, Verne. We're on edge.
What are you doing in that wall?
We're searching every corner of the Nautilus to find any clue that drives us to the traitor that almost killed us. If I find out that it's one of my comrades...
And what about repairs?
It's slow. Oxy-recyclers are the worst part, but Suni is on them. The most critical issue now is finding that damn traitorous rat.
And where is Suni?
Why do you ask?
I just wanted to offer my help. You don't distrust me, do you?
Right now, I distrust everybody.
You worry me. You aren't getting paranoid, are you?
Paranoia is needed with the nation and her minions. They are monsters, and if we have to turn ourselves into monsters to defeat them, we will do it.
How? Killing them all?
If necessary, we will do anything. I've seen them assassinating, mutilating, and devastating whole cities. Contaminating the seas. The horror of the exploited prisoners of the penitentiary mines.
Have no doubt, Verne. One must be willing to do everything it takes.
Doesn't that make us the same as the nation?
Maybe in your world of books and theories it does, but reality is what it is. If the nation prevails, she will enslave us all. And listen carefully, Verne. I will kill anyone, and if necessary, I'll die before being subdued again.
Sometimes, I think that we forget we are the good guys.
I'm very aware of who my enemy is. What about you? Oh, go back to your quarters and let us work.
The
5%
Oxy
survival rate.
recyclers are on deck too. But before, I must find Suni to grant me access.
Our diving team will consist of Verne, Maddie, Nemo, and Ensign Ricky. Shit. Son of a bitch.
The doctor has put on a "Don't Disturb" sign.
Guess we must not disturb. Oh.
Yeah. The riches he amasses are spectacular.
Whoa.
Ultimately, Nemo is a man, and his heart beats when faced with the power of wealth.
Anyone recognize anything in here by chance? So these are the top men. That's pretty good. Oh, man. Okay, I could manufacture the air necessary for my consumption, but it is useless because I go up to the surface of the water when I please. However, if electricity does not furnish me with air to breathe, it works at least the powerful pumps that are stored in spacious reservoirs and which enable me to prolong at need and as long as I will my stay in the depths of the sea. For a long time, I have renounced the food of the earth, and I am never ill now. My crew, who are healthy, are fed on the same food. The sea supplies all my needs. Sometimes I cast my nets in tow, and I draw them in ready to break. Sometimes I hunt in the midst of this element, which appears to be inaccessible to man, and quarry the game which dwells in my submarine forests. My flocks, like those of Neptune's old shepherds, graze fearlessly in the immense prairies of the ocean. I have a vast property there, which I cultivate myself, and which is always sown by the hand of the creator of all things. My cook is a clever fellow who excels in dressing these various products of the ocean. Here is a preserve of sea cucumber, which a Malay would declare to be unrivaled in the world. Here is a cream, of which the milk has been furnished by the cetacea, and the sugar by the great fucus of the North Sea, and lastly, some preserve of anemones, which is equal to that of the most delicious fruits. Note, recheck Monsieur Croisset's credentials before sending. Oh. Whale milk? Is that what that is? Oh boy. Oh my. I have nipples, Fokker. Can you milk me?
Did you check the readings again?
Yes, ma'am. 3 times. Quality of air is at its absolute minimum. I repaired the oxy-recyclers as best as I have been able, but they are still producing monoxide.
Are you sure, officer? The air feels as usual.
Ma'am, I have thoroughly created this environmental management system by myself, and I certainly know when it works and when it doesn't. That last attack has fatally wounded it.
Will it withstand to the island?
Barely. But it would be mandatory to emerge more times to recycle air.
The captain is ordered to keep surfacing to the minimum until we reach the island. Do whatever you can to keep them operational.
Yes, ma'am. I'll do my best.
Thanks. I'll be at the bridge. Keep me informed. Verne, shouldn't you be checking the capsules?
Yes, that's right. Hi, Petrov. How are the reparations going?
Tovarich Verne. Bad and worst. You should help Sonny with the air.
Yes, I'll talk to her.
Tell the little one that later I'll help her with whatever she needs.
If I draw the iMag, Nemo will see the alert. It isn't worth the risk. Hello, Suni. Maddie told me you're struggling with oxy-recyclers. I learnt a lot the last time I helped you. Do you need me?
No! No one but me can touch my oxy-recyclers. God, stop distracting me! Look, Verne, I appreciate your offer, but I don't need your or anyone else's help. Leave me alone, please. Verne, if you are idle, ask Edriel if you can help with something.
God, they're losing their minds. If I manage to sabotage the oxy-recyclers, I will slow them down. Nadine! She's the only one that can grant me access. I hope she didn't get infected by this collective madness.
Talk to Nadine.
Not now, Verne.
Who's Nadine? Is she the one in the bridge? Pilot? Not gonna lie, I kind of want to know what the Sea of Darkness is about. Sounds intriguing.
I can't do more.
How long will it take to get to the island?
Let me think. Navigate through an area where no instrument works properly, where you can never see the stars because of the thick fog, and where we rely on a fucking stone to keep us alive. It will be a miracle if we don't end at the sea bottom. The most sensitive thing to do would be...
There's no time. The nation is hot on our trail.
Well, I can't assure you we don't end in a submarine ditch.
That's a risk we face daily on this ship. You have your orders. Follow them. Verne? What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be checking the capsules?
Yes, sure. The thing is that I need Nadine to grant me access to the...
Star C, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Very well, go on.
Thanks for watching my back.
You're welcome. I can't stand Adriel, walking around like she had a stick stuck up into her ass.
What will you do when all this comes to an end?
Well, just trot around all Park Avenue shops and never eat fish again. Something tells me you are chewing the fat. What do you want?
Me? Well, I need access granted to the oxy-recyclers.
You have already discovered Project H, haven't you?
Tell the truth.
Yes. Nemo must be stopped, at any cost. If we destroy the Oxys, we will win time to think of a solution.
Being caught by the nation doesn't bother you?
One problem after another. Please, will you help me?
You can count on me.
Really? Seeing that you are different from the rest of the crew is a relief.
I haven't slept for months because of that dreadful Project H. Everyone else accepted it without a second thought. It's a living nightmare. I'm so glad I have finally found an allied. And even more if it's you.
Braving Nemo will not be easy. Are you ready?
I was born ready. You know I'm a curious bird, right? Well, one day I was nosing around personal files and I discovered that months before I was recruited by the Nautilus, Nemo wrecked the AES constellation, a ship crowded with civilians.
Nemo attacked innocent people?
According to him, the American Empire often uses refugees as human shields.
How horrible.
I've been witnessing captains drifting for months. Each day he gets more deranged. He always has been a passionate man, but he has turned into a monster. We must stop him for the sake of everyone, including himself.
Let's do it. We need an escape route.
We will use the exploration submarine. I will lock the tiller to avoid them from chasing us.
Give me access to the Oxys. I will sabotage them to keep the crew busy while I dump the capsules into the sea. Let's meet at the Ichthyo's deck in 30 minutes.
I have unlocked the access to the main Oxy next to the kitchen. Hurry up.
Short version of Project H? Yeah, Nemo wants to use the flame of Hephaestus to power like multiple rockets, missiles, bombs of some kind, and then like blow up a lot of the world in order to save humanity from itself. I think he's basically culling the herd.
Verne, I don't have the time.
He's trying to fight against the nation. The nation is like a Central European power that's kind of gone mad with power. Something about next to the kitchen? Oh, I see where we're going. Down into the mess room. Right? Sabotage action. In the mess room, yeah. So, Verne is trying to stop him from doing that. Having to backfill when Nemo already recruited friends.
I'd rather be alone. Recalling Akos has saddened me.
If I pull the filter, that will produce a discharge that will nullify the whole recycling system. A I'm glad of having paid attention to what Suni does through all these months. Though it was easy. She only talks about her job.
Suni Kyun, orphaned after the nation's invasion of Korea, this young girl grew up under her oppressive yoke. For years, she lived hidden in tunnels, which made her an expert in survival and air quality. It was easy for Nemo to convince her to join the crew of the Nautilus and fight against the nation. Since arriving on the submarine, Suni has upgraded all the ventilation and environmental management systems. She lives obsessed with air purity. Her study of algae is crucial to maintain the environmental quality the crew needs. She's rarely seen relaxing or enjoying life. She always has something to do. Oh, and if you hadn't picked up on we're in an alternate reality.
I must get out of here.
Verne! What the hell has happened?
I don't know. I was passing by and heard the explosion.
Goddamn traitor is going to kill us all. Did you see someone?
No.
Nadine, we must emerge. I don't care what the captain said. If we don't surface right now, we will die from asphyxiation.
Now that they are all busy, I have my chance of sabotaging the capsules.
They copied Among Us.
If I can overheat the circuits, they will render the capsules useless and can be safely thrown into the sea. Nadine, what are you doing here? We agreed to meet at the Ictio.
Don't you realize yet?
What?
I got you on the opto recorders while manipulating the oxys. Sorry for cheating you, but war is war.
Mon Dieu. You are the traitor. But why?
Do you remember the Constellation?
The ship crowded with refugees that Nemo wrecked?
The same. My parents and siblings were among those refugees.
How can you betray us to the nation? The nation is war!
Verne, I'm sick. I can't stand being locked in here anymore. All these years, what have been good for? We achieved nothing. Only betrayal and death. It's time to try something else. Look at France. She's way better under the nation's rule. Economy, security, technology.
At the expense of turning every human being into a slave.
Spare your speeches. The sooner the nation gets the flame, the sooner the war will end, and also the nonsensical death, like my own family.
The captain will not believe I'm the traitor because...
Because the room is filled with opto recorders? Know what? Not a single one works due to the attack. Besides, you can ask the captain himself directly. Captain, over here!
Is that true, Mr. Verne?
No! I am not a traitor. She works for the nation.
That's preposterous.
Let me keyhole him, Capitan.
Why, Verne? Why did you do that?
Project H. I found out about it in your office at the base.
You shouldn't.
You're sick.
We live in a sick world. It's not a time of shades of gray. Project H is radical, but from its ashes, a fairer and more peaceful world will thrive.
What gives you the right to take that decision?
I'm not going to argue with you, Verne. Under normal circumstances, you would already be dead. But I need the island.
I will not help you.
Do you think I have never heard these same words before? I have methods to help you change your mind.
Captain, your presence is requested at the bridge.
Petrov, lock him in his quarters. A few days of isolation will help him to reconsider his options. And lock Nadine in the holding cell.
Petrov, don't listen to him. Nemo wants to... Days passed without meeting the captain, but I could hear him. The violence he displayed while playing gave me a hint of how madness was overtaking him. As we were getting closer to the flame, it was more and more obvious. There was barely anything left of the Nemo I used to know and admire. Finally, after navigating through the turbulence area...
Hey, we're going to the Sea of Darkness!
Ancestors Island.
Oh, that's why it's the Sea of Darkness, because it's surrounded by the fog.
At all for what I was about to meet there.
Chapter 7, Flame of Hope. April 7th.
I must get out of here, and before the captain comes after me.
Gotta get out of here.
This is a nightmare! I must get out of here! I must find another way out. Again? The Valkyria has found us! Perfect! It's my way out ticket.
It's my way out ticket?
The iMac is inside the safe room. I must... Wait a minute. Am I having a déjà vu?
Oh no.
Mon Dieu! Merde!
Into the writer's mind? Wait, what?
What happened? Why am I not dead? This damn bridge again. Jules, your mother and I are deeply disappointed with you. Your preposterous pretension of becoming a writer and your incessant failures are transforming the good name of Verne Allot into a joke among respectable people. We have resolved to give you an ultimatum. If, by the end of the year, you don't have an honorable job, we will feel that we only have 4 sons, not 5. Pierre and Sophie. This letter, I have read it before, but me? A writer? Mon Dieu, merde! Wake up. Wake up. Where am I now? What happened? The sky. Why has it that color? God. What the hell is going on? Have I finally turned insane? This light. Oh, my head is killing me. But I must continue. I can't allow neither Nemo nor the Raven to take over the flame. I must stop them. But what can I do? I know. I will look for the ancestors. They will know what to do. Maybe.
Maybe. I hope.
Nadine!
Excuse me. Nadine. She has an enormous natural talent for navigation and has improved all the navigation systems of the Nautilus since her arrival. Nadine is in charge of piloting the submarine, preparing navigation charts, and managing all external communications. She rarely goes down to the work areas of the Corps. She was born in the nation, but as a child she was forced to escape and take refuge in the American Empire due to the persecution her parents suffered for their political and religious ideas. She joined one of Captain Nemo's rebel cells in charge of stealing and sabotaging the nation's technology. After successfully passing his demanding tests, she became one of the Nautilus family. When the first pilot died in an attack, Nemo did not hesitate to give her the job. Her crazy and grumpy character does not prevent her from being an excellent professional, although she has trouble following the rules. She loves sailing. The feeling of movement and control is what fills her the most, but she is afraid of losing her youth. She wants to live and not be locked between tons of metal. Every day that passes, she is more tired of the war and the hardships she suffers with Nemo.
God. Will there be any survivor? Nemo!
Oh, Verne! I'm glad to see you.
What happened to you? Where are the others?
Dead. All dead, damn it.
My understanding was that good captains always sank with their ships.
My crew is dead because of me. My Nautilus wrecking. No, Verne, I haven't been a good captain at all. However, abandoning the ship was not my idea. An explosion put me down and currents dragged me here.
A part of me wants to help you, but the other wants to leave you here, alone with your grief. Tell me, what would you do in my place? That Project H monstrosity would deserve you.
Project H. I knew it was infamous, but something inside me kept me moving forward. It was a dreadful solution, yes, but it was perfect. Almost divine. A complete purification. By all gods, Verne, you must believe me.
Only a soul sickened by fear and anger would brew something as heinous as Project H.
When I saw my wife and my daughter dying by the hands of the nation, I could do nothing to save them. They fade in my arms. I took revenge, yes. With my own hands, I cut the throat of the captain that gave the execution order. But I had never been able to get rid of the horror of my own helplessness. And now, my Nautilus, my crew, it's all destroyed.
You have opened Pandora's box, Captain. You have brought the flame to the nation's fingertips. You have sentenced mankind.
I deserve all your disdains. But let me ask you for a last favor.
The iMac.
Me and the Nautilus have enough strength to bow out in a blaze of glory. Help me to board back, and I will make sure that the Valkyrie will never take the flame away.
By yourself? Are you insane?
Maybe. After all, I am Captain Nemo. Let me help you save the world.
Damn it.
Will that be enough?
Perfect. No, I can. By myself. I'm sorry that everything has come to this end. In another world, everything would have been different. Better. It has been an honor, Jules Verne.
Thanks, Captain.
Have a safe journey.
So, I think the takeaway there is that Phobos worked again on Captain Nemo, or to inspire fear and revenge, and that's why a lot of what was working against a lot of the crew. I think that's what they want us to think, anyways. By fire be purged.
The box resisted the wreck and kept withstanding. Oh God, again. Am I hallucinating?
Verne's office, his home and refuge in Amiens, France. Jules Verne was born in Nantes, and his literary career took off in Paris, but he chose Amiens, his wife's hometown, to reside because, despite being close to the capital, it provided him with the required tranquility to write. I live apart from journalists and critics and do not leave my corner, he wrote to his brother Paul. During his first years there, he settled at number 44 Boulevard Longueville, and then moved almost next door to number 2 Rue Charles Dubois, where he lived for 18 years and where the Jules Verne Museum is now located. A few years before he died, he returned to the house of Boulevard Longueville, now known as Boulevard Jules Verne. It was an austere, bare room. Under the window, there was a work table, and it was spectacular not to see it in the usual mess that usually covers the tables of the literary. There was in the room only a single seat, no more furniture than a low sofa, wrote the famous reporter Nellie Bly of the American newspaper, The New York World, when she visited the author. Verne had in his office, preserved in the museum, on the desk, a brown globe on which he designed the itineraries of the travels of the characters of his novels, and with a set of compasses measured the distances and calculated the time they spent in their travels. In that office, he worked on some 30 novels, writing from 5 in the morning until 11. Then he would leave to attend to his duties and get into bed around 7 in the evening to read books and magazines and take notes until midnight. Align the ladder fragments.
Yes! Oh no, destruction once more. It doesn't seem anybody has lived here for centuries.
Verne, at last.
You are alive! Stop there! I won't let you or the Raven even get close to the flame.
Verne, listen to me. I'm on your side. Forget about the Raven and Nemo's plans. There's something much more important at stake.
I don't want to hear your reasons. You and Nemo are nothing but murder... But what the hell? What was that?
Your mind is collapsing.
My mind? What are you talking about? Adriel! Paris in the 20th century, written by Jules Verne? That's impossible. I would have given anything for not telling you what I am about to say. This book is very, very inferior to 5 weeks in a balloon. If you came to read it within a year, you would agree with me. These words, I've heard them before. To sum it all up, it's a failure. And if 1,000 men told me the opposite, I would tell them to get lost. Nobody will believe today in your prophecies, and nobody will be interested in them. It's signed by Pierre-Jules Hetzel.
These are the words of your editor.
Now I remember the rejection, the pain.
I know, Verne. That same pain is the reason why you have been brought to this world. You were trapped inside your imagination.
What? But who are you?
I am yourself. But inside this very world you have created. I was called Placia a long time ago.
Impossible! What are you talking about? Is this one of Nemo's rigs? Ah! My head!
We're running out of time. You must listen to me. You are not Jules Verne, the scientist. That's not your real identity.
Shut up!
Think. Focus. You know you are not from this world. At this very same moment, you are at the Bridge of Ardennes in Paris. You are about to destroy the last book written by you. What feels like 6 months to you in your world has been nothing more than 20 seconds. Unconsciously, when you received Hetzel's rejection, you searched for shelter inside you. Who could blame you? You have such magnificent imagination that you have created a world we know as Hemera. Nevertheless, it was fear, or Phobos. That was the reason that impelled you to hide in Hemera, and you gave him full powers over your mind. He gave you a paradise that you would never want to leave. Since you arrived here, to that idyllic island after the wreck, I have been trying to leave you a trail of breadcrumbs to carefully drive you to the truth. A too straight or too early revelation could destroy your sanity. But I can't afford subtleness anymore. Phobos, through Raven, is about to get his hands on the flame. All things beautiful and extraordinary you have ever imagined will be obliterated and turned into an infinite wasteland.
That is insane. If this is a fantasy, why can't I just wake up?
Because in order to do it, you need the flame. It's a portal to your world. If Phobos takes control over it, you will be trapped here forever, in your world. You will turn insane, and you don't have much time left.
Where are we? I'm not sure I can take any more jumps.
It's one of the main conduits that directly connects with the flame. It will lead us to the Raven himself. We must finish him.
Yeah, that sound effect was annoying. Okay. Pierre Jules Herzl was the only editor of Jules Verne, with whom he created the collection of Extraordinary Voyages. He was one of his closest friends, and the writer considered him as a spiritual father. Not in vain, Herzl was also the editor of important writers of the time, such as Balzac, Victor Hugo, and Emile Zola. Emile Zola. In 1862, in his office at the Rue Jacob in Paris, he received Verne's first novel, 5 Weeks in a Balloon. Very interested in children and young audiences, Herzl was capable of seeing Verne's enormous talent, not only for adventures, but also for the popularization of science, since knowledge was the main weapon of his protagonists. Thus, in January 1863, he published the novel with great success, starting Verne's famous adventure saga. However, in 1864, he rejected the publication of the new novel of the promising Verne, Paris in the 20th Century, considering it too pessimistic. Through a letter to its author, he expresses his rejection and speaks of the poor quality of the story and its lack of interest. The editor knows his audience very well and believes that this novel is too serious and tragic. The rejection is a very hard blow for Verne, but there is no doubt that he takes good note of his editor's advice, since from that moment on, his work adopts a more optimistic and enthusiastic attitude towards the future, which undoubtedly contributed to making him the celebrity he is today. Paris in the 20th century was considered lost. However, in 1989, it was found by Jean Verne, the writer's great-grandson, in Verne's Son's Safe. When it was finally released in September 1994, it became a bestseller, and, to our regrets, once again proved what a great science fiction writer he was, for he prophesied a 20th century sadly close to our reality. Oh man, now I kind of want to go read that. If that's real.
Let's go inside.
Flame of Hope, Chapter 2, Part 2.
From this point, let's keep silence. Our voices may echo through the whole pipeline network.
The Ancestors, the guardians of the Flame of Hephaestus. After the great cataclysm that devastated Atlantis due to a fatal breakdown in its complex energy system that was powered by the Flame of Hephaestus, the few survivors decided that the flame was too dangerous and had to be kept away from humans to avoid their annihilation. After destroying every last trace of the Flame of Hephaestus system, they left the wretched ruins of Atlantis and settled on the island where the Flame of Hephaestus had its cradle. Unreachable by the rest of humanity without the help of the Compass of Destiny, the Guard of the Ancestors was created under the command of two primordials in order to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. In the time of Atlantis' isolation, prior to its destruction, with the intention of keeping the flame out of the reach of foreigners, the Atlanteans manufactured only a few compasses. When the hecatomb devastated the island, almost all of them were destroyed. Only one was saved from destruction, and it was the one that allowed the survivors to reach the island. Once there, it was given to Angelus, a Greco-Atlantean family of sailors who, from then on, became their only connection to the outside world and the first guardians of their secret. That delicate balance, the Ancestors' only means of survival, was shattered 2 centuries later in the Strait of Messina when a violent storm sank the Scylla, the Angelus' ship, dragging the last compass of destiny into the depths of the sea. That would be problematic. Yes. Defeating terror.
Strange inscription.
To whoever discovers this, my name is Elora. My people are the Ancestors, descendants of the last Atlanteans. I want to put on record, albeit in this way, the horror we live in. We have no contact with the outside world. We have had no contact with the outside world for 100 years. Our predecessors surrounded the island with some kind of magic, which turns the sea into a death trap for any vessel leaving or approaching. The only compass that could guide them safely was taken from us by a storm. We are locked in. Very few fish come close to shore. The wells have dried up, and there is hardly any food. Famine, war, and disease are raging.
Man! There's something I can't get out of my mind. What's your story? What did I imagine for you?
My nature is to inspire mankind to generate progress and changes in the world. But with the passage of centuries, I learned it was better to go unnoticed.
What do you mean?
In the 14th century, a sultan found out about me and kept me locked inside a tower for 10 years, bearing in mind that I would inspire his armies to create new ways of defeating his enemies.
And did you?
No. It took a great effort for me, but I averted it for 10 years. Each night I used to tell him a story so interesting that it kept him up all night. So the next morning he wasn't in the mood for work. After 10 years, I put an end to the war.
Wait a minute.
You made him dream to forget.
That's what we dream for, don't we?
Isn't that the story of...
What were you doing with Nemo and his crew of fanatics?
1,000 Arabian Nights?
Did he know your true nature?
No. I am what you would call a muse. Years ago, I met young Nemo. I saw his potential and started telling him about Atlantis and everything the sea could offer.
So, if you are a muse, did you inspire him to create Project H?
No, my brother is also a muse. Anyone who's afraid or is consumed by anger is likely to be influenced by him. I inspired him to create the Nautilus. When I found out that he made it real, I joined him, since it was my chance of releasing the flame.
Release the flame? What for?
To weaken Phobos, after so many disappointments and fear. My sibling has achieved a great deal of power over Hemera. He also wants it to subdue us all, yourself included.
And why didn't you take the flame by yourself in the first place?
Without the compass and Nemo's technology, for years the flame has been out of reach for everyone.
How did you allow Nemo to carry on with the crimes he has committed?
I have struggled for years to keep him away from Phobos' influence, but as my brother gained power, I was losing the captain. All these years, I have repressed so many tears. I must learn to live with those ghosts. Let's keep silent. We're getting closer.
Why are you stopping?
Master, the cave is almost collapsing.
Will you let a bunch of rocks dishonor you?
Huh? No, Master. Never.
Faster! Get rid of this debris!
These must be them.
I believe they are at the pipe below.
Both of us will make too much noise. Wait here.
Phobos must be with him. Be careful. If you die in this world, you will never return to yours.
I will keep it in mind. Be careful, too, even if you are a goddess. What's this place?
Verne and volcanoes. Passion for Mr. Jules Verne had a great passion, or perhaps a small obsession, with volcanoes, as he used them in many of his major works. For the writer, they were an open door to mystery and adventure, to the discovery of the very origin of the Earth, guarded by an unstoppable force capable of provoking terror and admiration in equal measure. His most famous volcano is the one in Journey to the Center of the Earth, 1864, that word, located in western Iceland, and which, in the novel, is the gateway to a fantastic subterranean world. The volcano on Lincoln Island, in his novel The Mysterious Island of 1874, plays an important role in the plot, as it hides a cave that holds a great secret. The novel The Golden Volcano, 1906, was published after his death and finished by his son Michel. The story takes place around a gold mine that coincidentally is located in the crater of a volcano. In 20,000 Leagues Under the Seas, we find several references to volcanoes, such as Nemo's secret base, built inside a submerged volcano crater. In The Adventures of Captain Hatteras, 1866, he speaks of a volcano located at the North Pole. Undoubtedly, Verne was well aware of the power of the image of a volcano and of the fascination that these titans of nature have always aroused in human beings. It says a lot about his vision of the universe that, being as he was an enthusiast of technological progress, the presence of one of the most fearsome forces of nature, capable of wiping out civilizations in the blink of an eye, was so constant. Excuse me.
Merde!
When I think of our forefathers, of all their deeds and miracles, how sad it is that such a noble lineage is ending like that of some wild animals. I pray to the primordials to have mercy on us. They are our only Help us. Primordials are our only hope.
Inside a dormant volcano in the middle of the ocean. Wonderful.
The war between the ancestors of the coast and the ancestors of the mountains that we have been suffering for 2 years came to an end yesterday. Admes and his mountain followers defeated Xander's men. There was a terrible slaughter. Admes is now lord of the island. We fear for our lives. He is a violent and vengeful man. Their stupid wars have spoiled this year's harvest. I do not know what will happen. I fear for our future.
Freeze!
Shit. Oh, it put us down here. All right. Oh boy.
Surrender or die.
I can't sprint. Are you kidding me?
Freeze!
How the hell am I supposed to get past this guy?
Hands up!
I couldn't even get down. I couldn't even get onto the ladder. Wait, do I have... I have the thing, okay. The iMag.
Stones fell violently from the highest part of the tunnel, warning the guards.
What's that?
I assume I just need to go down. Okay. All right, we are not visible currently right here. So, I think that box next to the flame dude is the closest thing. What are we gonna do here? Just walk up. What's the play?
Everything's over, damn raven.
Verne! Monsieur Verne, at last. Brothers, lower your guns.
If you are trying to look kind to me, I don't think it will work.
I would never use flattery with you. It would be an insult to your wit. I want to share with you my vision of a better new world.
I'm not interested in your delusions of grandeur.
You're blinded by the present, Verne. Forget about now. Think about the future. You and I. We are special, superior. United under the power of the artifact, we can rebuild the world. No more nation, no more empires, no more wars. It's the same you dream with, isn't it?
I doubt that the world you dream of resembles mine. You are a monster.
You disappoint me. With or without you, I will find the way to make the iMag work. We will have fun in the torture chamber. Take him!
I got you, filthy terrorist. I got you, filthy terrorist.
Nautilus.
Now the Nautilus is yours forever. Enjoy it.
Bloody Raven. Raised by a family associated with power since the times of the Old Prussian Kingdom, Hetzel, oh wait, isn't that the name of his publisher? Learned early on to hate the hypocrisy and plots that defined politics and the day-to-day life of the elites in the city. Fleeing that decadent and unhealthy environment, he enlisted in the army at a very young age to fight on the front line. Having fought in the Asian War of the 30s, he made rapid progress through his victories, his strategic talent, and the loyalty he earned from his men. He inaugurated his position as commander by founding the elite Echo Guard Corps, and in his desire to become the terror of his enemies, he had a suit of armor made for him that resembled a raven. From that moment on, he took the nickname Bloody Raven. When he was assigned to the campaign against the Golden Empire of Africa, he was appointed warden of the Terror Mine prison, making it his base of operations and source of income. When Nemo and his companions arrived laden with chains, the Raven rejoiced at having the honor of being in charge of torturing and breaking the very famous Captain Nemo. However, he underestimated the man, and it cost him dearly. In one of his torture sessions, Nemo managed to cut his face with a piece of metal hidden in his sleeve, completely disfiguring him. He had a mask forged that, from that moment on, he would never take off in public. Before he could execute Nemo, he and his companions escaped, destroying the mine prison in the process. That became Bloody Raven's greatest and deepest shame. The captain became his obsession, driving him to the point of abandoning the African front while his Echo Guard in order to hunt him down. The chase halfway around the world gradually revealed to him the technological wonders hidden in the Nautilus and something that changed everything, the existence of the Flame of Hephaestus. Hetzel realized that stopping the captain would not only open the door to all the inventions created by his brilliant mind, but would also give him access to an infinite source of energy, an unrivaled power, and to destroy all his enemies and those hypocritical politicians who ruled the nation. Hetzel is a supremist. He seeks to exterminate all his enemies whom he considers inferior. He does not seek peace, he seeks domination. He considers himself a great hero and the herald of the god of war.
Mon Dieu.
Jules, did you find him? Are you all right?
Yes. The Raven is not our worry anymore.
And Phobos?
Not a sign. Can I use the iMag to open this?
I'm afraid that this time it won't be that easy. Luckily, we have this. Concentrated blue blood from the Nautilus.
Okay. Alright. Is there anything else back here? Is there anything else I can go investigate now that I don't have to sneak around?
It's not the time to go back. I still have things to do here.
Move the story forward. Stop trying to explore.
As soon as it has come into contact, the blue blood has activated. Use the controls.
Use the controls. Okay, we can select a circle and then we can rotate it. Okay. Well, what happens if we rotate this? Oh. How did that rotated? Well, it does happen to be calculating. So we need 2 upside down triangles with lines through them. Right there. The star one.
The blue blood is only supplying a small portion of energy. You will have to solve it as fast as you can.
Oh, that change it? Oh, I was gonna say. Why are we timing it? Why? It's just unnecessary. Okay, so the first ring rotates 1 and 2. The next ring rotates 2 and 4. Then it's 1 and 3. And then 1 and 4. The symbols we need. So now I have to sit here and dick around finding the right symbols. So second ring, north position. First ring, west position. In the middle of solving. Okay, what is that? 1, 2, 3. So third ring, south position. South. What's in the fourth ring? What are we missing? Okay, so now that I know the positions we need, I gotta look at this again. So it was 1 and 2. So one almost always moves. Only one of them doesn't move the first ring. So we would need to the second ring. This second ring here is the one we need on the north side. And then 1 and 4 west we need. Which we could manipulate 4 here, and that would get that done. Then how do we get to the third ring to the south? Third ring to the south. We'd have to move it 2 times. Which means number 1 is then out of place. Okay. The only way to expose ring 3 down here is by moving it 2 spaces, which moves 1. I think it's 2 spaces. Let's assume that for now. Okay, so I think what I need to do is ring 3 twice. Ring 1 twice, ring 2 twice, and then ring 4. They don't go the same direction. Fuck. And 4 turn counterclockwise. One goes counter, 2 goes clockwise. Two goes counter. 4 goes clockwise. Both of these go clockwise. Both of those go clockwise. Okay. Okay, so we turn ring 3 twice, and that turns 1 and 3 counterclockwise, which gets ring 3 into the position we need down here. Ring 3. And then 1 is out of place. We need 1 to go. It always goes counterclockwise. Well, 1 always goes counterclockwise. That's fine. So 1 would have to go. Three times. We need 1 to rotate 3 times in total. So then rotate 3 twice. Goes clockwise here, but then counterclockwise. Ring 2 is in the place we need. So we would need ring 1 twice, ring 2 twice. Right? So ultimately that puts 1 back at the top. 2 is out of place, but then if we do 2 This is why I don't like the time limit. I can't imagine. I have to plan out all these steps ahead of time in order to meet the time limit. And it's hard to imagine that just on paper. At least for my brain. Ring 3 2 times. Four also always goes clockwise. So wait a minute. Ultimately, we need ring 1 here to. It always goes clockwise. We need it to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It has to end up here. It's got to be a combination of the rings that move ring 1 5 times in order to get it into place. Four here, we need it to go here. So it either has to be used only once, or it too would have to travel. Or wait, no, 4 does go clockwise and counterclockwise. It does go both ways. So ring 4 went to here. We would need it to go another one, and it could come back all the way around. Wait, what? My brain's not equipped for this. Number 2 and number 4. Number 2 should be going clockwise. Nope, it's going counterclockwise. Okay. So we want it to go this way. And I'm out of time.
Merde!
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. So if 4 goes clockwise, and then we need 4. We would have to have 4 go 2 times, but then that puts 1 out of place. It always goes clockwise.
Let's go inside. Absolutely marvelous.
Flame of Hephaestus. In the year 6500 BC, a group of Atlantean explorers landed on a remote island. There they found an extinct volcano and inside it something that would change the destiny of their people forever, an immense floating ball of light. They christened it the Flame of Hephaestus. Atlantis experts believed that the flame was an accumulation of gases contained in the structure of the volcano, which, when traversed by a flow of electrons, produced discharges of electricity that generated light and a very powerful energy. The Atlanteans exploited this discovery immediately. In barely more than 10 years, the flame was feeding the whole of Atlantis through a network of conduits, and a golden age began. Her technology was unparalleled, and trade flourished in an unimaginable way. Her prosperity attracted people from all over the world. However, among the Atlanteans, there were those who believed that foreigners could steal the flame from them, and they became more and more hostile towards them. Fear dominated them. They transformed the city into an impregnable castle and subjected to slavery those they considered unworthy of being Atlantean citizens. They squandered almost all their wealth on erecting an underwater barrier around the island of the Flame of Hephaestus, designed to alter the climate and currents to make it unreachable. Over time, they relegated the maintenance of the huge network that distributed the flame to the most miserable slaves. With this state of affairs, a small accident could trigger a tragedy, and that's what happened when a soldier crashed a slave into a fragile pipe. A leak caused a spark, and then each and every flame-powered machine exploded at the same time. In the blink of an eye, Atlantis was wiped off the map. The few survivors abandoned her ruins and exiled themselves on the island of the Flame of Hephaestus to keep it out of the reach of mankind. At that moment, the Ancestors' Guard was born.
Hello, little sister. Thanks for opening that door for me.
Phobos, Verne, activate.
Excuse me for using this ruse with you, but I need you to listen to me, Verne.
What the? You are the shadow on the bridge.
Placeia, you must accept your defeat and stop confusing Verne with Liberty Dreams out of his reach. She didn't show you the whole picture. I am the fear that inhabits inside your mind, yes, but I don't want its destruction. The only reason of my existence is protecting us from pain. How is it that you still don't understand that you'll be happier with me, here, than on the outside, in a world that doesn't love nor understand you?
Don't listen to him. He wants to corrupt your imagination.
That's untrue. I just want the best for him. You came to this world looking for protection from reality, fleeing from failure and shame, because you knew that here you would find everything you always craved for. Adventures, mysteries, extraordinary journeys. Why do you want to return to your world? Here, you can be happy. Forever. I can do it, and I just need one thing to achieve it. Destroy the IMAG.
What?
Quit your impossible writer dreams. Destroy the IMAG. Give me the control of your world, and you will never feel pain or rejection again.
No, I don't want to hide. Now that I've seen what I can create, I want to show it to the world, at all costs.
That is delusional. I can't allow you to suffer. I don't want more pain. We must protect ourselves. If you don't want an eternal paradise, I will drown you in a grayish terror that will make you want to keep your head inside a hole in the ground. You will live the rest of your days working as an accountant for the nation's factories. Don't try to resist. You are just a sad scribbler with a head filled with preposterous predictions.
Yes, that is what I am. What I always wanted to be. Better than a coward who hides from himself.
All right. The hard way, then. I will turn the flame of Hephaestus with my imagination. I will write the end to this story of yours, of the IMAG, Placea, and the Nautilus. The nation will prevail forever inside your mind. Verne, I hope you like smoke and ashes.
His control has faded. We're free! Why don't you open? If my predictions seem preposterous to you, don't read my books.
I'm glad that despite your criticism, you recalled my theories regarding Atlantean mythology.
That thing you came out with about sand and rust was catchy. I made the guess that if the IMAG is my creative imagination catalyst, when coming into contact with destructive imagination, it should annul it. Luckily enough, it worked. Has Phobos disappeared forever?
Not quite. Fear is terrible, but sometimes it's necessary. What has vanished is Phobos's control over your mind. You're finally free from him. Thanks, Jules, for saving us.
I wish I could stay. May I see you again?
We are inside you. Always will be. We are the shape of fantasy. It's time to go back home.
They said the line! Chat totally figured it out, but we didn't want to spoil. Oh, yeah. Those are some serious jazz fingers.
Hiding from reality only nurtures
Idle
fear.
drop.
And our only chance to defeat it is our hope. The ability to imagine a better world. I had to take note of all these events before they were lost and deformed by the treacherous currents of my memory. And here I am, back into my world. The real world.
That was neat. That was pretty neat. I liked that. After Jules Verne was hit harshly by the rejection in 1860 of his dark novel Paris in the 20th Century, the author recovered and during the following years wrote a series of stories full of imagination and optimism that forever changed literature and have served as inspiration to all humanity. That was pretty neat. So even though it was a fun little pixel art point and click kind of style game, it was more about telling a side of Jules Verne that maybe isn't discussed that much. That was pretty good. One year later.
letter. It must be important. Verne, we need your help at Hemmer. The Nautilus is plowing through waters again. And Cedric has finally found a vaccine that we must deliver to the whole world. Signed, E. Oh my God! But how?
Signed E? Oh. You're right. Adrielle, whatever her name, what was her name again? Yeah. Cool. Maybe they'll make another one. All right, folks. We are going to stop there for the night. Hope you guys enjoyed The Shape of Fantasy. It's pretty fun. Really liked that, actually. Let's see. I will be back tomorrow night for some more Avowed. Uh, 8 p.m. Central. Yeah, thanks once again, everyone, for coming and hanging out. Appreciate it very much. And I hope you guys have a lovely Sunday evening. And I'll see you tomorrow night. Take care.